can't really tell if the music is audible. I mean, it says it's coming through here, but it's very light from what I can tell. Maybe I need to up the volume for you guys. Just gentle breeze in the background, hopefully. Always a sound check is a struggle in the beginning of the stream, but exciting times. I haven't done Game Jam in a while. I say in a while, but it's like more like 2 months or 3 months, maybe. I don't know. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like forever. I guess I'm basically game jamming every day, but we'll see. All right, let's make some announcements in our Discord. As we do, yeah, I don't know. I don't have much expectation. I do want, this one goal I have is I want the visual fidelity to look really nice and polished. Hey, Mikori, welcome, welcome. We are getting it together. Hopefully we won't miss it. Submit theme announcement in 20 minutes. Live. I am live now. Twitch. Now I have to say though, what am I gonna do? You know, like, it's funny because I think part of winning a jam is also kind of like the same concept as making a viral video in some sense. And it always is a choice between making a familiar theme and gameplay with a good twist or completely unique. We'll have to see, Mikori, depending on the theme. I mean, I know for a fact that I probably feel the most comfortable with anything deck building related, and now top down 2D because of the dungeon crawling thing. But we'll see what we get. You know, is it cheating if I start working on like menus and settings and stuff like that? Maybe it technically is. I mean, at least I could create main scene, right? We have a main scene. That's the entry. We'll probably have some global scenes here and there. We could even set up the audio real quick. Like a global audio manager. Right. And then this one, I'll have audio manager script. I do believe if I make something global, I don't need to give it a class name, actually. Funk play. It'll be sound name. And it'll play the sound. More weightlifting? Probably not. Feneby says, I forgot this was starting today. Best of luck on the jam. Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's a weird way to respond to that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, it is today. I'm excited. And I'm sorry that you might not be participating. I mean, like, it's kind of interesting because I don't know. I feel like the jam period is pretty long, which makes me think that there's 2 submission categories. Oh, wait. Somebody planted something. Oh, archives. Hey, archives. Love that that's the first thing you do. No words, just planting plants. Anyways, hi, Fanny B. Oh, okay, hold on. Voting is a little different this year. That's interesting. Fanny B says, I'm hoping to. My last gem went poorly because I had 0 experience, though, so I've got no clue how it'll go. Well, you know what? We're going to probably improve every year. I mean, this is my 3rd time participating. I actually, it's funny because I did better on the ranking the first year than the second year. but it wasn't terrible still. It was playable. I at least finished something, so I feel good about that. But now I do want to make sure that the topic and visual and everything is like audience focused. I know it sucks that I'm going to be paying more attention to the visuals and the aesthetics and then the initial grab than the actual gameplay. I mean, I do care about the gameplay, but I think that's important because I'm a content creator. I have to make a content out of it, and I need that thumbnail, you know? iKive says, who's hosting the jam? GMTK Toolkits. GMTK Mark. You don't know? This is one of the biggest jam. Go says, yo, what are we doing today? We're doing GMTK Jam. We're waiting on the topic to release in 15 minutes. Anybody says, in parentheses, I was the only artist and programmer for our group, and there was a total of 3 days to get something done. It was for a different jam, and I started an hour late. Oh, it's okay. You know, we do make our sacrifices, but we get to a point where we get used to it. We get a little bit faster every day, or every year, I think. All right. The way I do this, I think, is I do want to have an audio cache here. More like audio index. So that the second time around playing the music is pretty fast. Maybe I do that on ready. Oh my gosh. This is so loud in my ear. Let me lower the Barry sound. Barry sounds are pretty loud. Oh, I know why it's so loud in my ear. It's because I changed the headphone setting. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot quieter. Hold on. That means you guys are probably not hearing anything. Let me increase this. Do you guys hear music in the background? Let me know if the music is too quiet or too loud, okay? Compared to my voice. And then the watering sound and stuff. Ooh, Zuzu, welcome. Hey, everyone. Semikin says no music. Okay. Chris says hi. iKive says we aren't. I got the 2 blueberries left. Yay. Go says nice. I'd like to do a jam Sunday. Semikin says how long the jam for? I think the jam is like 5 days or something. Yeah. 3rd. So 30th, 31st, 1, 2, 3. 5 days. That's actually really long. Let me look at the voting criteria, though. Priyansiu says, I'll be in Bracky's Game Jam. I never joined Bracky's before, so that's something I probably should do in the future. Zuzu says, sup. Hey, Zuzu, welcome. Fenny says, wait, some people don't recognize GMTK. I actually had the opposite experience. As far as I was concerned, GMTK was the game jam. It has become the game jam. And can you believe it's only been like 6 years since he started that? Zuzu says, did I miss the start of the jam? No, it's coming up. It's going to be in 13 minutes or 11 minutes, I guess. I don't know. Depends. Yep, just checked. I can't hear music. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some sound check right now so that we gotta make sure that you guys can hear the GMTK stuff. Let's see. iKive says my luck ran out. Yeah, you already got your stuff. Change skin Wiseberry. Okay, we're all good here. All right. I'm going to lower this so that I can increase the overall volume. Okay. How's that? The background compared to my voice. Little sound check here. Can you still not hear the music, Piriyanisiu? Laughing Ember says, yay, we got to watch it together. Yeah, we're going to watch it together. The release of the announcement of the topic. Let's take a look, though. We have some time. I was trying to get ahead on the audio manager, some of the stuff, global stuff that I'm probably going to use over and over again anyways. I might bring in my dialogue manager too. Voting works a little different this year. We'll have 5 voting criteria: creativity, enjoyment, narrative. Interesting. That being a whole point is interesting. Artwork and audio? Wow. That's very specific. Audio is going to be interesting. Do I have to create that, or can I use like the free resources? Interesting. Okay, well, something that I have control over is creativity, enjoyment, and the artwork and narrative. Audio, I feel a little bit iffy, but we'll see. Fenby says, no overall score is interesting. Yeah, however, there is no, yeah. Because, I mean, I guess, like, certain games, I don't know what the weight would be. Because you have to. How do you rank without considering everything? Maybe it takes in the 3 highest score. It says, however, there is no overall ranking that combines all of these scores, so please don't feel like your game needs to be perfect in all of these categories. After the jam is over, Mark will play a subset of entries based on all of these scores, but weighted in favor of creativity and enjoyment. So it's basically creativity and enjoyment is the biggest point, and then Mark is gonna basically play the top on narrative, top on artwork, and top on audio, probably, is what it's gonna look like. Oh, I mean, I think that would be pretty good way to give everybody a fair opportunity, I think. I'm not against that. Yeah, that sounds good. Interesting. Okay. Basically what's going to happen here for the audio index, I'm not gonna live update any of these audio anyways, so I think what is it? Is it 2D audio stream player? Stream player, audio stream player. No, it's regular stream player. Okay. Audio stream player. And probably when the game starts, I'm probably going to just update the index with everything that's on here for manager or for child in get children. If child is audio stream player, then on the index, I'll say child.name to lower, and then we'll equal to that. I guess I got to do one of these like that. So when I do play later, all I need to do is audio index get sound name and play technically. But I suppose if I say if audio index has sound name, meaning it doesn't have it, we should probably lower this actually to lower. Var sanitized audio name, and then we use that. Now, technically what I want to do here is just return if nothing is there. I mean, I could technically have it log as well. Print audio not found, like so. Otherwise, play the sound. Cool. All right, Global Audio Manager. Hold on. I don't want to get too distracted. I got to make sure I keep track. All right, everyone, keep me honest here because I don't want to be distracted so much that I forget that there is a whole game I need to, or game jam I need to watch. All right, there's that. Sick. Chris says, I'm watching you closely this time, but not helping you out. We're rivals now in GMTK Game Jam. Uh-oh. Not helping me out? Okay. Okay, I have absorbed all the lessons throughout the year, right? Technically. Look, what if I say I'll give you a shiny berry? You missed out on all the shinies yesterday. Look at Laughing Umbra with the beautiful shiny berry. Oh, by the way, I'm running the berries as a program, like compiled program, instead of off of the Godot. So if there's any bug, there's no fixing it. I guess. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We had a really good shiny session yesterday. We definitely need a scene transition thing happening too, right? All right. I don't want to get too distracted. I was about to start like making the scene transition and like title screen and the game screen, but I know for a fact that I have very likely chance to miss miss the actual announcement if I really keep doing that. Okay, we got 3 minutes. We're almost here, everyone. Laughing Umbrella says, "I'm nervous, Mr. Ezra." Okay, I'm gonna actually. Oh, can I not maximize the screen? Okay, well, whatever. Join the conversation. Okay, let's see what the chat's saying. We are excited. Look at everyone here. Wow, gem time. It's okay, Laughing Umbrella. You'll get it. Ghost says, yeah. Did you make any mini games yesterday? I had to leave. No, I didn't end up making it. I mean, okay, there's one thing. We tested bullets, right? So if you do throw, your little berry should shoot out little bullets, I think. Like that. And then I made it so that it hits the slug, which is gone obviously now. And it works. So we confirmed that, and it can reduce the health of the slug. So it's a matter of time before the actual game mode is there. But maybe the command throw doesn't quite fit. But we're almost there. We just need to make it so that those bullets go out automatically from the bunker. And then I need to figure out what the best way to have people station into the bunker. All right. Do I have to refresh or will it automatically start? It seems like I'm behind compared to this time. Why is my time wrong? Okay, I don't want to miss it just because of this. Hold on. Set time zone automatically. Set time automatically is on. Sync. Huh. It seems like I'm still 3 minutes behind. Weird. I'm gonna refresh this just in case. Hey, Courage. I'm gonna pause my music real quick and get ready to adjust the Chrome volume here. I'm gonna actually make it as loud as I can so we don't miss it. So you guys don't miss out on it. I'm afraid it's gonna sound really loud in my ear, but it's the risk we take. Qbox says, "Hey, joining GMTK Jam for the second year. It's really exciting to see a lot of the same people from last year joining again. Really looking forward to see your game and as well as others." Yeah, I'm so excited. I mean, I had a lot of fun last year doing the Let's Play stream where I was playing everybody else's gem submission. That's always a blast, and see how unique everybody's ideas are. Priyacy says, "Don't worry, it's all self-coming for me." Okay, good. Fenneby says, "Quick update. I've found a group of programmers to join, so I luckily don't have to carry that this time. Wishing everyone best of luck in the jam." Yeah, best of luck, everyone. And I'm glad you can find your team. I don't know. Oh. Okay. It's definitely loud in my ear. I'm going to adjust this a little bit. At least for me. Is it okay for you guys? Okay, I'm going to lower it because I'm having to shout. I don't want to shout into the mic. I'm just adjusting myself. And I'll try my best to stay quiet during the announcement, but I'll probably... You guys can hear it, right? Like the little... You can't hear it?
Marathon, where you have just 4 days to make a game that fits a theme. And this year's theme is just one word: loop. As always, how you interpret this theme is entirely up to you. Perhaps it's about doing the exact same thing over and over again. Perhaps it's about racetracks or programming instructions.
We're going to get a lot of roguelikes.
You'll get a chance to explain how your game fits the theme when you submit it. And you won't be disqualified if the game doesn't adequately fit the theme.
Oh, you even get disqualified.
So, Jam submissions are now open and will close in 96 hours. Which means you can upload your game whenever you want, and then you can keep updating it at any point before submissions shut. Make sure you keep an eye on the Game Jam website over on itch.io. There you'll see a countdown telling you exactly how long you have left to submit, all the rules you need to follow, important information about how to submit your game, and any other updates and announcements as they happen. You can also join the GMTK server on Discord to get help or to chat with fellow jammers. Right, I better let you get on. Best of luck, and have fun.
Oh, sick. That's actually a really fun theme. Okay, so now I'm also realizing that you guys haven't been hearing the songs I've been playing in the background. So I was just adjusting sound for no reason. Here, we're going to do sound check again. I know somebody said they can't hear it, but then they didn't confirm. All right. How's the background music? Too loud? Either way. Okay. So either way, loop. I actually had an idea immediately. Obviously, I want to avoid time loop. I mean, time loop can be fun, but I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of roguelikes because of that. I actually thought two things. So this is, I think I'm going to make it. I don't know how the gameplay will be, but this is what I'm going to do. I myself, oh, do I say this? Chris is in the chat. No, it's okay. I'm sure everybody's already have their own idea. All right, I'm thinking like, you know, like in sound loop where like it keeps playing over and over again, or if there's like a system, game loop is a loop, right? In a programming sense, if there's a while loop, it keeps programming it, it keeps running it. And then if you update what's happening within the loop, it'll update. The next time it comes through, it'll hit those things newly, right? Kind of like how I've been programming the Berry world while it's running, because it's constantly running, and then I have to do things in order to prevent it from breaking. And then I'm gonna bring in that one idea I had about the magic system, where it would be cool if magic is decompiled like programming. So you're like programming magic, like a magic spell with like these building blocks of magic. And the idea is some sort of puzzle where like the game is constantly looping, and you see like the kind of like a rhythm game where you see and then it's playing each frame. And then every time it plays a spot, it plays that part of the code. So it's like making a conceptually, it's a time-based debugger, right? Because debugger, you execute codes line by line, except instead of code is magic elements of some sort. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Not sure how that's going. So it's like Baba Is You. That is also a rhythm game. Yeah, I don't know. It could be interesting. Rhythm loop. So obviously music will make perfect sense. I'm sure there's some lot of sound loop rhythm game based things as well. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I think I'm pretty locked in on that idea. So yeah, let's go for it. Okay, what's the requirement for the asset usage? Each year, 1,000. I'm gonna take a look. Updating your game. Voting criteria, game compatibility, content assets. You may use pre-existing code and can use whatever art and audio assets you have the legal right to use. Okay, so I can use some pre-made ones if I find them nice. I'll do that. BrainZap says everything must be AI generated. Wow. Thanks, BrainZap. A surefire way to immediately get disqualified. When it clearly says you must not use generative AI to make art or audio assets for your game. So it's interesting that they specified audio and art assets. You can code with AI. That's not something you can't do, it seems. What is this? Or your itch.io page? What do you mean generative AI for your page? Weird. Huh, interesting. Ooh, Death Begets Death redeemed a booster pack. This is your first time here, I think. I'm not sure if you understand. So the booster pack, it opens up a little supply of berries, 3 specifically, and adds them into the pool. So you don't get it. You just added it to the pool. Just an FYI. In order to get one of these berries, you have to plant the seed, redeeming the plant seed feature, and then water them 9 times. The cost isn't that expensive, so you can get your own thing. Just an FYI. Ruinstar says, is the loop automated or you need to perform an action to continue it? Seems like it could also easily be tweaked to an incremental style game. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I have a feeling that I want to make it so that it's looping constantly. So you have to it's like if you miss a beat, you're waiting for the next beat. And then it would be awesome. I think the puzzle aspect would be like you find yourself in a lab or like pre-used spell book or certain elements where the loop is preset in certain spots. So like, for example, if you have a playbook of 5 slots and it's constantly playing, and then the first and the last one always plays. So for example, if the last one is explosion, then while you're working on it, before the last one hits, you have to get out of the way so you don't like get blown to pieces. So then, maybe there's like a spell that's like a conditional spell where you add a conditional feature. So you can be like, okay, only if there's water nearby explode. And then now it's safe all of a sudden. So it's like some interesting puzzle of like diffusing magic, like a diffusing bad magic, and then making interesting, useful magic with the tools available. And then there's like an interesting like mechanics. In some ways, it doesn't have to be a magic either, I guess. But I think it being a magic sounds fun. Runestar says, oh, got some magic craft elements to it then. Never heard of it, but I think so. I will trust that you are right in that sense. I gotta say, I'm not familiar with it, but it's crafting magic. Let's see. Zuzu says, good luck. I will develop on my own. Yes. All right, Zuzu. have a good time jamming. Should I design the levels first before implementing the system, just in case I have something that... Oh, I don't want to open Notepad. I know what happened last time. Last time I opened Notepad, I leaked my GitHub credential key. I'll make a drive folder. Let's see. Game Jam? I guess it can be under the YouTube idea. Our YouTube idea. Under script, maybe? I'll make a folder. Oop, not upload. Create a folder. Call it GMTK 2025. And then we'll make a doc. Rough game design doc. Well, I don't know what the title of this would be. Magic Loop, for now, tentatively, GDD. Tentative Magic Loop, GDD. I mean, there are some other aspects, but first thing first, I think what excites me is the level design. So we're going to have some puzzle level design. And roughly, conceptually, loop spells in the world executes automatically in a loop based on its components. Fix, make, solve the magic. Okay. Level design. Or puzzle design, I guess. Puzzle? Spell design? And I think a few things I want to denote, some notes. Pre-slotted magic where you can only add elements to, i.e. explosive slot where you have to run away from while solving. The elements are like coding, so you have elements of conditional statements and specific function. Coroutine, like if you slot a magic into a magic, maybe that could work. Perhaps. So we'll see. I think this is good enough reminder for myself. So some of the elements I think I'm thinking of elements. And I think also the visual will be its own section. I like pixel art, but higher res pixel art for a lot of VFX with modern look, because that's like magic-y. I think is at least one thing I'm thinking about. Thanks for the follow, Epicuro. Hey Fern, welcome. Hey, is that the Fern? Wait, are you Fern from Twitch? Or are you a different Fern? I didn't know you had a YouTube. No, okay. You're a different Fern. Okay. Just me. Okay. All right. Just I know a person named Fern as well. Let's see. Okay, so I think that could be a good start. Let's think about some of the interesting elements. And obviously that means we want to increment level based on certain tutorials. There are a few concepts here. There's a concept of slotting elements, and then in order to slot elements, people need to, okay, hold on, maybe I need to do it. Things players need to learn. Reason I'm setting this up right now is because I found myself confused about level progression after implementing the system, where, you know, this whole first time experience of player coming through your game first time is really crucial. And if you confuse them there, it's even if your game idea is good, it's immediate turnoff. So I want to kind of think about what are some of the things that are important for players to learn, and what I think is the fun part, and how do I lead them to that concept. So I'm going to do that first. For instance, I'm making a Metrovania with a time loop. I think that's awesome. I think some of that idea was something that we were thinking about as well. Lefty Umber says, Mr. Ansura, I'm going with time loop, very basic. Yeah, hey, you know, do what you got to do. Even with the same concept, you can still stand out with other aspect. Ball City says, hi, Ezra. I am here along with Evil Larry. Hello, Larry. Aw. Hopefully not a distraction, but a support. Brett says, what's up? How's it going? The loop is the topic of GMTK Jam this year. Very fun. I'm anticipating a lot of time loop roguelikes. I'm making a magic puzzle game where the magic spells kind of loop like a game loop, and then you're supposed to insert elements, kind of like a, I don't know. It would be fun if there's a rhythm game aspect to it, but we'll see. Ball City says, do you think I should learn bash scripting just for the love of the game? Yeah, why not? Bash scripting could be useful if you're, let's say, for example, later on in your life, let's say, okay, how do I apply this to game dev? Later on in your life, if you require some sort of server, right, then if either you're scraping through the log in your server, or like you're trying to do some sort of backfill of the data, for the database and blah, 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 all those things, you know, those kind of like one-off scripting, shell scripting and bash scripting can be helpful to do those things one time off script, where you don't have to program that into your game itself. So you don't have to relearn it or relaunch it. But I think it's a good skill to have, at least an experience. It doesn't have to be like a full-on skill. You just need to be used to what that feels like. But you probably shouldn't do that during the game jam, is my opinion. Not that are you being involved in game jam, I guess, is another thing. Zuzu says, loop means to walk in Dutch. Could be fun twist. Ooh. What if you walk in a loop somehow? I guess that's just a track. Zuzu, you can't make your racing game. It's technically a loop. Ball City says, thanks. Yeah, no problem. All right, let's see. How are the berries doing here? We got Samikin's little plants, archives here. Did Death ended up yes, Death got a normal berry. A few commands you can do, you can kick other berries, and you can also throw, but it doesn't do anything right now. Throw is just shooting bullets. Or magic bullet, I guess, specifically. Paioi says, Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Ah! Paioi, are you also, well, welcome, first of all. Are you also, I'm assuming that you're also joining GMTK Jam. I suppose I should make a Blue Sky post here as well. Let's see. GMTK Jam 2025 starts. Come hang and co-work with me. And put in the hashtag indie game dev, hashtag stream. And then I'll probably post my link to the Twitch as a reply, I suppose. Twitch.tv. Oh, actually, maybe I should do this on my computer so I can copy and paste easier. Blue Sky. Pawi says, yes, this is my first time. I just started learning game dev 2 weeks ago. Hey, perfect time to join the game jam. It is, I think it is one of the fastest ways to grow. If you really focus on finishing as your target. Let's see, how do I get to home? Is it feed? No. Home? No. Profile. Yeah, okay. It's probably funny to see me struggle through a basic web UI. I'm pretty bad at this. There you go. That should work, right? I think. Hopefully I did it right. I'm a very boomer-esque of a person when it comes to things like this. All right, so things players need to learn in my thing is that I need to introduce ways to see what elements do, how to slot elements to a spell or magic, concept of magic looping, and then, okay, I gotta think about this here. Do I make it so that it's constantly looping or like without player doing anything? Or does it loop? Like, does it move on to a next step? Like the world progresses one every time you do something. So like if you move left, things move on to the next time slot. So the magic goes to the next. So it's like the puzzle is like you have to go back and forth a little bit in order to time yourself right to do the thing you want to do, or be more smooth and just like organic where everything is just running in time. That's something I'm not really sure. I think I can make it so that that can be triggered on and off. What if it's the effect of a spell? That could be interesting too. Ebra says, hello, GMTK Jam is here. Yes, it is indeed. And then the theme is loop, and I'm deciding to make some sort of magic loop. Rhythm slash... Rhythm game could be interesting too. If the magic progresses on beat, like the Crypt of Necromancer type of situation. Because that is also about magic, right? That could be fun. But for now, I'll make it so that it progresses automatically and have the option to trigger per action movement. Now, is the game like Tactics, where you give commands to move the characters or do things in these like grid-based stuff, or like free movement? That's also another question. I mean, in my head, I feel like a little bit of chaos of free movement feels okay. Like, feels right. Eber says, I better get started working too. Yeah, exactly. Go get started. Yeah, we definitely need something to... I mean, this is pretty simple. Ways to see what elements do, how to slot elements to a spell or magic, concept of magic looping. I think that's simple. And first time user experience in general, what I want them to see visually. Definitely exciting, magical themed graphics with a lot of mysterious and exciting effects. on title. Hub. And level. Reason I think it's a hub. So this is kind of a roguelike, I think. So this could really complicate it. So if I make it so that, like, because if I'm thinking about a real game, not a game jam game, I could imagine it being like, hey, you're like assigned to diffuse magic. You're a magic bomb squad or something, where you go around to a place where the magic has run amok or whatever. Then you can be like, hey, here are different levels. You can go here and there. Some parts are more locked. If you unlock a certain level, you gain access to more elements type. And once you unlock an element type, you can recreate it using some magic mod resources. Oh, okay. Discovering new elements and having them available for recrafting with magic resource. That could be fun. Zuzu says, okay, we have a starting point for our game. Ooh, you have your idea? You want to share it or you want to keep it a secret, Zuzu? All right. I think the music, rhythmic music, is probably really important. Audio. Rhythmic music to enforce the idea of time progressing, loop progressing to next step is very important. Got to make sure it's not too repetitive either. Colors. I'm thinking for colors, bright and highly saturated primaries for spells. Characters otherwise, or characters and world being in analogous color scheme to strongly contrast from the colorfulness of the magic. So for example, if I decide that the world is going to be somewhat like pink or purple hued, then I'm going to stay in that scope and slightly desaturate it and not use anything else. And only the magic will explore the full spectrum is what I'm thinking. I think that looks good in my head. Zuzu says Kanjozoku. Wengen loop. I'm not sure what that is. Race game like tradition, GTA Chinatown War style. That's all I know for now. Chinatown Wars? I'm not familiar with all those. Is it like Total War? I'm sorry. But it sounds interesting. Highway loop in Japan. Oh, I see. It's like initial D with war. Interesting. Blood lives under a rock. Wait, I'm not familiar with any of these things. I'm too strongly familiar with only what I'm familiar with, I think. All right. Narrative, story. We have few things we got to work about. Magic student, because you don't know, versus magic prodigy. Oh, if I know how to spell prodigy, that would be great. Prodigy. Wait, is that prodigy? Oh, I was right. Prodigy versus Magic Professional, Discovery Squad, or is it, you know, trapped in a situation type? What's a stronger drive? You drop into a space. I guess it could be like a isekai type of situation, right? Because people are coming out of the game jam and they're in a certain mood and they come in to play and they want to be dropped into a new world but then if you want to relate strongly to the fact that this is new to you, but somehow you're starting to learn that you're good at this, I think that'd be good. Semikin says, I missed it. What's the jam theme? Loop. Loop is the game jam theme right now. I've seen a few people talk about time loop. Zuzu is working on race game because track is a loop, highway loop. I'm working on basically some magic rhythm game, but not really. Basically, each spell is a loop, and spell is automatically playing this loop. If you, for example, if you have a spell book, as soon as you have a spell book, it just kind of keeps playing. You're slotting in elements into it, and as they go through each element of the magic, they play those magic out like a debugger in a programming. So instead of spellbook just being like fire, water, blah blah blah, it's like have conditional statements and like shaping features and stuff like that. And then they have like this interactive features, and then the puzzle aspect to it is like some of these pre-made magic is locked in with some of the dangerous elements so you have to navigate through it. That's the idea, at least. Where am I says, oh yeah, did the jam start? Yes, it did. Bandana Dan says, can you give a quick rundown of where this is in the process? I am currently, so I have the main core game loop idea of what I want the game to be. Before I jump into drawing, looking for audio, making a level, or like even implementing the system, I'm trying to figure out what I want the game to look like, feel like, and what is it about. Because I had made a mistake of just jumping straight into just like the mechanics and getting the playable mechanics down, which is okay for the most prototyping. But for Game Jam, what I found myself in is like I would do it prototyping style and just like, okay, this is the mechanic I want, I'm going to implement it. And then I get loose with it, right? I'm like, okay, well, I can fix this later. But when the fix later time comes through where I have this like scope creep of like new ideas, and I'm like, oh, shoot, this part I need to fix, which is not a problem. I can fix it, but it is a wasted time. So I'm trying to make sure that I get it locked in so that basically the entire gameplay, at least the first level gameplay, is kind of played out in my head first. Semikin says, sounds cool. Thank you. Bandana says, excellent description. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. Where am I says, are you going to join a team or are you going to do a solo? I always do a solo. It's just better. Well, it's not always better, but it's just easier to make. Well, one, I can't be involved the entire time throughout the jam because I have life. I have a life. I don't want to be like disappointing other people in the team, nor do I want to be locked out by my teammate. And three, I'm a content maker, so it makes it easier for me to make videos when I'm doing things by myself. For now, at least. So I won't be joining a team at the moment. All right, so narrative. So narrative is kind of important because I think that initial entrance to the world and that little quirkiness that starts from there is pretty important in kind of like being like, oh, I see this vibe. And the vibe I want is basically in this situation kind of like cute, whimsical, Enter the Gungeon type. Meaning there's some comic relief. It feels not as serious, and then you are like feel free to wander. So I think being trapped situation is interesting because you're like, you find yourself in a world where you're like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going to do high definition 2D. So it is still pixel art on a high resolution world, but a lot of VFX, like a lighting effects, and probably going to use a lot of shader to do stuff. I just like 2D. I know 2D is faster. I just like 2D personally. Okay. All right. So I think I'm going with either the trapped in this situation, or you are, well, it can be both. I mean, you don't know. Only the people who are watching knows. It could be two. So basically, no memory. Wake up with no memory. An NPC talks about magic and teaches to get out. Once out, you are in a hub world. Discover what this place is. And I guess the obvious secret is that maybe you caused all this situation in the first place. Potentially. So, Tricky Lady says, hello, I'm here to stalk you for my daily... Thank you. Well, welcome, Tricky Lady. Welcome. We're working on our game jam. GMTK has started with the theme of loop, which is very interesting. A fun one at that. Coincidentally, a lot of my games involve loops. Indie games are like just locked in with loop all the time. So I don't think I have, like, most of the successful indie games always have a loop, right? Some sort of time loop. Outer Wilds was a loop. Darkest Dungeon is a loop. Hades is loop. FTL is not, but roguelike by nature is a loop. Into the Breach is a loop. You know? So, look, like, it's an interesting theme to choose. It's like, it almost feels too generic, but I think it could be interesting. That's where an opportunity to stand out comes, I think. Tricky Lady says, who? GMTK. GMTK Game Jam. That's what we're working on. The GMTK, the YouTube channel. Mark. Pretty big game design channel. Biggest game jam of the year for past 4 years, I think. Spot Monk says, closing the loop when game designing is a loop. Yeah, exactly. What if your argument is this is a loop themed because I have a game loop? that would be silly. Tricky Lake says YouTube. Oh, yeah, YouTube. No judgment. I'm just saying there is a game jam called GMTK Game Jam, and it's once a year, and it's pretty big. So we are participating because that also means that I get to make contents for it. And I think my playlist stopped looping, interestingly enough. So I'm going to turn on my music again. Hello? There you go. All right. So quiet now. Oh, wrong one. Okay, that's good. Where am I says, how Darkest Dungeon is a loop? You mean constantly acquiring game loop? Darkest Dungeon, the finale is a loop in some sense. If you beat it, you will know, I guess. Just a little bit of a spoiler. It's part of the narrative. The loop is part of the narrative. Bokonon says, game logic runs in a loop. Checkmate. Exactly. Everything is a loop. Checkmate. Atheist. Bandana Dan says, this is super interesting seeing where you begin creating from. Oh, well, I'm sure everybody has a different process, but I have acquired certain style because I made a lot of mistakes that I regret, and this is the result of regretting a bunch of things. Anyways, okay. I like this. I wanna draw a little guy, the main character guy, to further inspire me. I'm thinking a little bit of like a blocky look, and then I don't want to limit myself to 32 because I'm tired of drawing in 32. So I'm going to try to be a little bit higher resolution here. Color scheme wise, I don't know if I'm going to predetermine the color palette. Maybe I will, because I'm thinking I'm gonna do a little block first and then choose the color scheme. So what I mean by a little blocky look is, I mean, this is definitely heavily inspired by Enter the Gungeon, and even the YouTuber named MZETH, he likes to create blocky characters, I think, with big heads. And it has that like whimsical look, but then has an opportunity to be serious. But it's also top down, right? So something along the lines of, hold on. This is the case of trust the process type of situation. So you see already like this 2D top down feel, right? And then you have these body proportions, and then maybe the person has like a shoulder thing. I mean, I don't want to be like too gung-ho about perspective, because I mean, come on, there are limited pixels, so I don't want to be like too serious about that. But at least some sort of logic is probably a good idea. Oh, maybe I'll bring this up a little bit. Then this one will be like that. This is already too serious. I'm gonna make it blockier, like a more chibi style. So that means arm probably comes out like that. Too realistic, perhaps. Is it too top down? Maybe it needs to be a little bit more front facing. I'm gonna make it so that it's more front facing, so I'm not locked into this feeling of needing to make things too perspectively correct. It just needs to be slightly perspective. The shoulder thickness is lighter. The head is huge. We'll fix this later. But you see what I mean? A little bit of chibi style, little cute little things. And then the arms are like tiny little things like that. It still looks like he's looking up like that. But that's okay. You know, that's part of the game. This looks like top down. Can I just do side profile and get away with it? That's also a question I need to answer. Janina says, is today the start of GMTK? It indeed is. The game theme has been announced at 10 a.m., which is 43 minutes ago. Spoiler, the game theme was, or is, loop. So, go get it. Tricky Lady says, okay, I read up on it. So what's your idea for the jam? I'm thinking of magic loop. I was talking about the idea that I always wanted to make this like magic system where basically you get to decompile and code the magic. So like a magic is a coding language. So I'm thinking that fundamentally the way spells work in this world is that you have a spell book, and once you have a spell book, it has slots. And the slots play automatically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a rhythm game, right? And it loops. So the magic loop is, or magic book, or the spell book is looping through the element slots, executing the code like it is a debugger. You know how like the programming debugger do next step, next step, next step, but then it does it automatically one at a time. And then the idea of the puzzle or the system is that you get to slot in different elements into those slots, and it'll execute those commands in a loop. The puzzle aspect, I was explaining that some of the magic that you're fixing is locked in. So some of the elements are locked in because it's like broken slot. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And some of them are free. So then, for example, if you have a magic book with explosion on it, you're like, oh, I can't go near it while it's exploding. But while it's out of the explosion loop, you can go and try to fix it. And fixing it could be like putting a conditional statement so that it doesn't explode or whatever. And that could be the kind of like the game mechanic, I think, is generally what I'm thinking of. Jenina says, it's 10 a.m. at your place. For me, it's 7 p.m. Wow, you must be in Europe. Let's see. Or Asia. I don't know. 7 p.m. That's almost 12 hours, right? Less than 12 hours. So it is Asia, isn't it? Well, Middle East. Germany. Oh, okay. Well, I overshot that. Oh, right. 24-hour versus 12-hour. I miscalculated. Let's see. Oh, there are some chats on YouTube that I need to read. Nermal says, hello again. Are you going to live stream whole process for 4 days? I'm going to try to do as much as I can. Obviously, I have a limit. A main limit being my camera battery doesn't last forever. I still don't have the permanent fixture for that. 2 is that I do need to eat food, and I don't like to eat on stream, so that's one thing. And also I have life out of sight of the game jam, so I'm gonna try my best to be as productive as I can on stream and work most of the programming and experience on the stream. But there may be cases when in desperate times I do it off stream. But at least that's the goal. Bandana Den says, oh dude, I know zero about this. Zero about what? I'm speaking out of pure curiosity. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here watching it. Where am I says, what features of Godot you're going to rely on mostly for this game? For this game, I don't know. I mean, it's probably I think tile map layer is the most thing that I'm going to rely on because I'm going to be drawing a lot of maps. I don't think there's any inbuilt stuff other than shader. I probably think that there's going to be a lot of usage of shader and world environment because I do want a lot of glow effects and magicalness. I want to bedazzle visually. Where my also says, or like an auto battle game. Auto battle game could be a good idea. Auto battle game that's like slotted as a loop could be fun, yeah. Even a tower defense. Normal says, for me, it's 10:30 p.m. It's 11:15 now. Wow. Germany. Turkey? Maybe normal is in Turkey. Ibra says, I think I'll go with the almost black and white color scheme. That would be easier to draw over and over again. Fern says, I think I make my movement too good. What do you mean? Like, you make the movement too good as in like you spend too much time than needed? I mean, that's part of this. Part of the thing you get used to, I think, is not to make it too serious. All right. There's some Twitch chat here I need to catch up on. Tricky Lady says, I go for a happy death day, but game style, and you get to solve puzzles to stop your day from repeating. I love that idea. Kind of time loop. Obviously, Groundhog Days type of situation is probably a really good theme fit. Renegade says, hello. Tricky says, that's a loop, right? Yeah, it's a loop. Renegade says, I'm a wizard, Barry. Kick. All right, let's see. Let's see your wizard. Do you have the shiny wizard? One of you guys have shiny. I don't know which one of you guys have shiny wizard. We got the shiny Wiseberry. By the way, did you guys notice how the shinies glow now? Every deck building game, yeah, because the deck is looping. I suppose so. I do feel like it needs to be stronger for the Jan theme if you want to impress the judges or people. I guess I gotta change it. Change skin. Shiny. Oh, it was already shiny. I gotta turn it shiny now. There you go. Ta-da! See? I love my shiny skins and their glow. All right. A little thick, this guy. I might want to make him like that. How about a short leg? I think that's very Gungeon of. Like that. Big face. I mean, I guess I could always make the face a little bit smaller. It does seem a little silly to have this huge face. Maybe this is more appropriate. Good enough. And once again, I'm back to 32 by 32. Even though I said I'm going to try to do 64 by 64. I don't know. For some reason, I can't get away from 32 by 32. It just feels right. All right. Let's see. I guess he needs to be, or she, they need to be quintessentially a magic user. And they find themselves in this whimsical situation. Probably should have a helmet. I think this person that lost their memory is some sort of mad scientist type. So they are definitely wearing some sort of safety hat because they know they're going to be experiencing explosion, but it's slanted on because, you know, because they're whimsical. And then the safety helmet probably is in the side of the yellow. But because we're saying that a lot of the saturated colors are reserved for the magic, if you look at it, if we're looking for main theme to being purple, if we want to go warmer, we just need to shift it a little bit and desaturate it. It just needs to look yellower than the purple. So that's where we're going to sit. So we're going to saturate it slightly for the main color. Let's say the light source, should I make it top down or left to right? I think it'll be top down. So I'm thinking it's probably going to do one of these. Like so. Circle lighting. This one, let's make it slightly darker. And then do one of these things. And safety hat, we're going to put a little bit of shading in here so that there's some sort of division line. So you see a little bit there. See the rim. So. Then you see a little bit of light catching on the rim, because why not? I'm going to do blending later, probably, to make it a little bit more convincing, but for now, this should suffice. Obviously, this is way too dark, but okay. So I said this person wears a safety helmet. Safety helmet probably has some sort of decal. Decal, I'll draw it in red, desaturate it. And it's going to be like this. And it's slanted, so it's probably something like this, more like. Okay, I gotta be careful with this shape, actually. It looked a little bit sus for a moment there. There you go. Not that kind of game. Hold on, maybe I need to bring it up a little bit. And then the face shape. Average Goop says sus shape, yeah. Oh, hey, Average Goop. Sorry, I didn't see her. I think every time I am in my pixel art mode, I lose everything. Focus in terms of chat paying attention. And a wizard hat. Well, I mean, I like the wizard hat, but I want it to look a little bit unusual, so I like the safety hat instead of wizard hat. Let's see. Goop says, is this inspired by Scott Meyer's Magic 2.0 book series? Hey. Oh. I don't read books. I'm unintelligent and I'm incapable of reading books. I got another wizard who wants a wizard. Oh. But you didn't get a shiny wizard. I'll take a wizard. Do you want a Godot? Hey, Renegade got the dice. Oh, you have 2 dices. Fancy. Hey, Goop. Air Shike says, I'm watching your stream on Linux. Wow, impressive. I'm everywhere now. Average Goop says, when do art on stream nothing else exists? Yeah. I just read that like, when do art nothing stream exist? I swear I know how to speak. Let's see. I'm thinking that... Okay, I want to see what outline looks like on this character. Because, you know, I want to keep that as an option. Not too bad. I'm not in love with it, but it's not bad. We'll probably adjust some of these coloring later. Maybe a total black line is a little bit too harsh. Maybe I'll go with this. That. Okay, that's a little better. That's an okay contrast, I think. Cool. Face shape. I want it to peek out more. I don't want it to look like a cool guy where the eye is just barely peeking through, because this is less silly but more like a cool guy. Right? We'll see. I'll fix this over time. Yuck Amok says, what about a yellow color? Yellow color would be good, but I've already decided that I'm gonna reserve colors outside of the analogous portion for magic only, like a magical item and an item of interest. So I'm trying to design it so that maybe the main character can be allowed to have different color. But the idea is whole map would be expressed as grayscale of purple-ish. And then the item of interest will be a highly saturated multi-spectrum. So I'm trying to keep the limitation of the palette of the characters and world into this like very narrow theme. So I'm basically exploring desaturation and saturation. Might or might not work. We'll see. Average Group says, you don't read? It's such a good book series, though. I mean, I wish I could. I don't know. Maybe I just read too slow for me to be able to enjoy that. Renegade has 2 dice and 2 wizard. Wow, Renegade, you got a lot of good luck. You got the rare stuff. Group says it's about developers like us who discover the world is coded and they go back in time to be wizards. Ooh, I see, I see. Well, I guess then, yes, it is inspired by that in some sense. I've always had this idea of like magic system that would be cool in like the tabletop RPG setting where you find this like world and then the puzzles are mostly like magic, but then the magic system is basically just code. And it's like coding different elements. So, yeah, I suppose so. I suppose it is inspired by that then. Okay, that's okay, I think. I think that's okay. Cool. Skin color. I think skin color needs to stay in like the desaturated zone of reddish color to keep up with everything. And we're gonna give it a good strong saturated color for the face area, like the cheek area, like this middle line. And it's all about blending it out a little bit to make it not look weird. So we're gonna do this. Maybe I do this. Give it a little thing like that. I don't like this shape of the face, so we're probably going to eventually work on this out. But for now, we're just kind of deciding on the general shape of things. Okay, that's actually not bad. The shaded area being kind of like a saturated red. Maybe I could pump it up a little bit more. Like so. And then I'll pump this down to desaturated dark color for the border area. Like so. You can start to see the shape coming through. Now one of these. Okay, that's okay. That doesn't look too bad. I don't want that glow. Or I can do one of these. That's not bad either. I guess I could do... Once again, these characters are just... This is okay too. I'm looking at this intently to see just kind of the general feel and the placement of these shapes and eyes. The thing about pixel art is that moving it left and right is just so much difference that it's sometimes gets really confusing. So I can do one of these things, I think. There you go. Not bad. Kind of looks like a duckbill. Goop says, I'm the definition of a slow reader, but it doesn't stop me. I mean, I should really read more, honestly. That will help me be a better scriptwriter, too. I like reference books. I like reading reference books. I have a hard time enjoying fluffy words. I know it really depends on the writers. And I'm wondering if I have some sort of dyslexia. That's why I have always struggled with reading growing up. I just don't have patience for it. It's like, oh man, I can't read as fast as I am absorbing the information sometimes. And I was like, next part, please. And I can't get to it fast enough. You know? I don't know if you know what I mean. It feels weird. But yeah. Okay. Maybe instead of this, maybe it could be like a little magic wand shape. Or what would be a symbol for magic here? Symbol for magic could be... Or could just draw a beaker, I guess. Nah, I think cross is okay. For safety. Okay. That's coming together. Goop says, so I totally get it. Yeah, I have dyslexia and it sucks, so I totally get it. Oh, so you do have dyslexia. I'm not saying that I do. I'm wondering if I do. Because I keep finding myself jumping around. I mean, it might be something else. And I never got diagnosed. Whenever I try to read a story, like I have no problem listening to a story, but when I try to read a story, I find myself jumping around a lot. Like my eyes are jumping around from word to word. And I have a really hard time just following the line. And I have to put finger on it or put an index card. So when I used to study in school, when I'm trying to study, I have to cover all other letters except the ones that I'm reading and then go one at a time. I don't know if it's ADHD. Maybe it is. Who knows? Yuck says, new to the stream, I'm curious about your process. Do you start with GDD or work pretty intuitively? I used to do a lot of intuitive stuff. I do basic GDD. So I have this GDD that I've written. I had a mechanic in mind. And then because I want to, in my experience, I've done a lot of intuitive programming, and especially for Game Jam, where you don't have a lot of opportunity to be like, oh, I'm going to come back to it and fix it. Because the moment you start fixing things, about like 3 days in, you're really like, you don't have that much time and you have an opportunity to break what's already working. And it's not like a 1 month project where you can afford to make a mistake and then come back to it later. So for Jam specifically, once I have the idea, now I write the GDD of like, okay, let's flesh out what that idea means in detail. What does it play like? What does a player need to experience? What do they learn? What is the 1, 2, 3 game level? Like kind of lock it down so that I'm not doing one of those like, okay, well, for now this works. If I add more features to it, I'll fix it later type of thing. Because even though I know how to do that, I realize that really sinks a lot of time in, unnecessary time. So I do this like a basic stuff and some planning here, like things players need to learn so I can figure out what the first time flow looks like. What do I need to pay attention to? What tutorial should I make it good? First time play experience of like, what do they see visually so that they can really arrive at this hook from the get-go? And then like the color scheme and then the feeling in my head, what I'm like imagining in my head, writing it down. And then as I write down, actually the image in my head becomes more and more solid and stuff like that. So at least I do that. And it's been helpful for me to keep track. Is this how everybody should do it? I don't know. I mean, sure, everybody has different process. Let's see. Oh, there's 3 chats on YouTube that I missed out. Bandana Den says, would using an infinite symbol somewhere be too on the nose for a loop theme? I don't think so. I mean, it's Game Jam. Do what you got to do, you know? Xavier says, Affiliate Simulator loop cycle through weapons as I'm brainstorming ideas for me and it's struggle. Oh, Affiliates like from League of Legends where you loop through different weapons. That could be fun. I mean, you can be similar to my idea because so my idea is about looping through a magic spell and you're replacing items while it's looping in order to execute different type of commands. So it's kind of a rhythm game-ish. It could be fun if your weapon switch happens on rhythm, and if it's some sort of rhythm game, that could be a loop, a very strong tie to a loop. Vipe says, all the best, buddy. No, you will kill it this time as well. Thank you. Thank you. Did I miss something here? McQuarrie says, so what's the game idea? Oh my gosh. McQuarrie. Game idea is magic that loops. Elements are codes. It loops automatically. The puzzle is that the magic spells play elements at a time. So, you know, I don't know. Code your magic. Maybe there's some puzzle. Maybe there's some time loop. It could be cool if there is element that makes you pause or like reverse time where things start to play backwards. That could be interesting mechanic. But that'll be a really hard puzzle to make, I think. But it could be interesting. Goop says, I have to reread so many times I've gotten to the point where I sometimes do guesswork on what's being said. Me too. I think, so I used to be, was the only book that I really read thoroughly was Harry Potter growing up. And yes, there are portions where I remember when I was reading, I would be satisfied with paying attention to the reaction of the quote instead of actually reading the quote. You know what I mean? That works kind of, if you write well, I think that kind of matches. It's like real life. I don't always pay attention to everything that's being said, but I guess what people have said based on the reaction. Goop says, it's really bad with numbers for me, though. Oh, I see. Well, numbers are fun for me, so here we are. Okay. All right, we're going to make this a little bit darker. I think I'm going to focus on some high contrast, too. Probably helpful. Some of these highlights, I'm going to bring this out. I think that could be cute. I think 1 dot or 2 dot. 2 dot is okay. And then this transition area, I think I'm going to make it just tiny bit darker. Just a tiny bit. Like that. Good stuff right there. So we'll do one of these. Really high def. It's going to be a pain. I know for a fact that this will be a pain to make animations for, but we'll figure it out. Nothing we can't figure out, I say. The eyes being bleak is not to the theme. I want it to be a little bit cuter, so I think I do want to see some whites of the eyes. And then the whites are just some grays, so we'll replace this out. This is always tricky. So you see how this feels like... this is always tricky. This is like a RPG Maker eyes. If I have that. But this looks like very anime-like. I'm gonna simplify some of these. I'm gonna simplify the rendering because it's looking a little bit too rendered out. So I'm gonna make bigger, blockier color blocks. That's okay. This looks a little generic. I need an inspiration. I'm gonna look at Enter the Gungeon characters to see what their resolution and how they express the eyes are like, expressions are like. Because I feel like they look and feel more whimsical. My art ended up looking too serious. I see a single dot. Okay, I love that. So no whites. And then they do a lot of the expression through the portrait. So maybe that's what I need to do as well. So single dot. So that means I can bring it up actually, maybe. And then bring it up like this. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Looks goofy. I want my characters to look a little bit goofy, so there's good. Big chin actually helps with the goofy look. Let's see. I'm gonna make the light over here. Not bad. Okay. I think that could work. Yeah. All right. Love that. Good thing I did the reference study there. Spicy Chick says, hi, Ezra. Hey, Spicy. Welcome. Heast Nerd says, hello. Hello, Heast. Spot Monk says, don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Group says, whoa, that's coming together so nicely, though. Thank you. I appreciate that. We are having fun. I think it would be really silly and fun if this person has a cape. Right? It's like safety hat and a cape feels silly. So we'll do that. We're definitely going to make this person definitely taller than it looks right now. But we'll figure that out eventually. I don't feel rushed right now because I've already written down the GDD, so I kind of have a solid idea on what the scope is. So at least there's that. Goop is lurking here. Looking like a Lego guy. I kind of like that. You know, when you lurk... Oh, Goob, you don't have a strawberry. You should get a strawberry. Don't you want a shiny berry? I'm trying to get everybody to be addicted to my gachapon. Spicy says, my idea for my game is a pizza delivery guy on delivering pizza in Chicago's South Loop. That's literal loop. That's funny. I like that one. It's a subway route in Chicago. Oh, actually, that could be really fun. Like trying to be optimizing the schedules and stuff like that. Optimizing a route. Oh, that could be really interesting. Yeah, good idea. Oh, this is cool. Oh, all of a sudden it became like a gunslinger situation. I gotta make sure I don't do that. There you go. Yeah. It's basically a Roblox guy at the moment. I just need to change the hand shape here, I think. And then maybe the body looks less like that. Gotta take a look here. Let's see. I think I do want the shoulders to come through here like that, right? So this might actually go up higher. I'm just gonna make sure the emphasis on the cape shape here, coming through, covering the shoulder. So this is part of the shoulder. And this is also part of the shoulder. I think maybe this is coming a little bit too wide. I'm gonna keep it here, I think. Like that. Aura farming, whoever this is. Little hip swivel. Oh, whoop, whoop. That would be funny if this person walks with like a huge hip swivel, like a cunty walk. And then of course this wizard wears a like a cowboy boot situation of some sort. Should be probably higher up. Like so. There you go. Dude. Okay. Love it. Oops. Okay. Character design. Love so far. Definitely need to choose the colors a little bit more. Before now, I think this is okay. And then drag behind more. I think I'm going to make it drag behind more. Like so. There you go. Nice. This one probably needs to come in more. Okay. Nice. This person's face is a little bit too dark, maybe. Not that I have anything against with dark faces. Maybe that was not an appropriate comment, but I'm not the most appropriate person sometimes. Not me just like trying to cancel myself here. Basically. Okay. Cute. Okay, there you go. Something, something. Godot project. Rune Star, whoops. Rune Star says, looks derpy. I love it. Thank you, thank you. I like the derpy look. That's the way to go. Rune Star also says, did you perform well in the previous GMTK? I mean, okay. I wasn't like top 100 or anything. The 2 years ago was my first one. That one was decent. And then the one before that was worse. But, you know, I would say I wasn't the worst. I wasn't like bottom 50%. So I would say I have some okay experiences. We'll see. We'll see how it goes this time. I'm really focusing on... Because before I think I was really obsessed with like making certain gameplay, playability and such things. But now I think I've opened my eyes up to the idea of making a visually appealing game as well. Focusing on that pretty majorly first, because that is still part of the game. Like, you can't ignore it. Before I was like, you know what, as long as the game is good. But, you know, I'm realizing that now you can't ignore those other aspects because that is still part of game making. Rune Star says, I absorbed every 10-page description of trees in The Lord of the Ring when I read it. Wow, impressive. Lord of the Ring was really bad for me because the names were really hard to understand, or not understand, to remember who was talking who to whom. Like, wait, I heard this name before. Doesn't it sound like that other name? Yeah. I was like, what? So yeah, here we are. Okay, this is good. I think I like the design. I can kind of expand the details now. Two ideas. I like the idea of making the cape be part of the environment, meaning I'm not going to outline the cape. I'm going to outline the character, but have the cape be non-outlined visual. What that means is that the cape is going to look a little bit flowier, I think. Not guaranteed. But we'll do that. And let's see. We'll do that. I guess we could darken it more later. But for now, this is where I'm going to be. Maybe I shouldn't line this until I'm done with the coloring. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Oh, I was in the middle of saving it though. I forgot. We were going GMTK, Gem 2024. Characters. And then we're making Safety Wizard. And that one's going to have a sprite sheet. Safety Wizard sprite sheet. I'm not even sure if this would be the main character. This might be an NPC, honestly. It could be like, hello. Let me tell you about the safety of this lab. Like, do I know you? I'm like, no. This is like a silly person. Okay, I like that. I like that idea. All right, Safety Wizard is going to be an NPC. And is very cunty. We have the pink here. We have the red on the face. Let's see. I think we could afford to do a complementary color. Maybe like a weaker sauce. A darker complementary color for some of the details, maybe. Should I do that? Hold on. I'm gonna get inspired by other visual leads. Black and blue, black and gray. Very simple contrast. Okay. Very solitary color blocking. So it needs to be very clear. So I already did this. And I think what I'm going to do actually is go a little bit more towards orange than anything. Right? No. Purple and green works though. Why is that? Like a complementary is this. And it really pops. But I feel like that color blocking should be mostly on the cape than anything, honestly. You know what? Green cape. I like that. And then I'll bring this body more into similar, like an analogous situation here. Maybe not that. So we'll keep it in the dark and desaturated zone because it's covered in dark. So definitely have a cape with some light here. Like that. What else? This is flipping up like that. So this, I think, is the outer line that you see. Outer line. And then the rest is inside of it, I think. That means this probably will direct more like this if it's behind this person. Right? I think. Maybe it needs to be lower then. Let me lower this whole thing to be like ground level. Oops. And then drag this on the floor. Drag this on the floor. There you go. Maybe this person doesn't even walk. I'm going to put really dark color within the inside of the cape here. So that's going to be like that. Maybe brighten up a little bit. Okay. Have this be a little bit like that. And then, of course, the music stopped. So we gotta replace the music. Where are you? There you are. Next one. Still awake. Maybe the transitional color could be that. Maybe I replace the whole inside with this. I think that's okay. Nice. All right. One thing I can do is make the highlighted part even more highlighted. Some of these portions get to be really bright. There you go. Nice. That's okay. Nice. Little derpy safety wizard. You know what? I'm going to put the outline on the cape, even though I said it the other way. There you go. Body, clothes. Okay, clothes design. I know Enter the Gungeon does like a short body, and this one is like a little long, so it's a little bit harder to shape, but I think it's okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that the clothes is some sort of like a button up, like a uniform looking thing. So that means it's going to have some sort of like line down like this with the little buttons like so. That means it's going to flare out. Have a little uniform. Depth, not as important. I'm gonna change the dark color here in a bit. And then this is hand. Doesn't matter. I don't really mind this as much. Yeah. And then put this whole thing in the dark. Probably, if this is this dark, a non-dark color probably just comes up only a little bit. Like so. And then yeah, I don't want it to be too serious, so I don't want to pay too much attention to it. It's hard to tell that there's a line there, so I'm gonna darken this more. My eyes are getting fatigued already. I gotta look far into Space Needle every now and then. Spot Monk says, does the safety wizard dance? It should. Do 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 dee do do dee. Sizen says, Renegade, you can also change skin directly to what you want by typing name after the code. Yeah, that is new. We just implemented that yesterday. Wonder of Land of 000 says, do you have an idea already? Yes, we have a design doc, and we are making some art, little NPCs here to match that. Now, we have to say, what is your intention, sir? No, I'm just kidding. There's no point in keeping it a secret. I'm making a kind of a puzzle. I mean, would you call that a roguelike? Maybe it could be called a roguelike if you really wanted to. But But essentially the idea is say magic as code. And then the loop is that the spells run in a loop. So spellbook have slots like a code that's debugging. It executes the line one at a time. And then the magic loops automatically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of like a rhythm game, I guess, in some ways. And then your job as a game player is to either fix the magic or make your magic to navigate the world. And you make the magic by putting different elemental magics next to each other. But it's not just like fire, water, whatever. It's like actual coding. Stuff like if you put for loop within the thing, it'll jump back to a second slot. Or if you have a conditional, then it only executes the next line if the conditions are satisfied or something like that. And I think there could be an interesting dynamics with that. So yeah. Yes. That's the idea. Honestly, I don't really care to keep it a secret, nor do I mind if people use the idea. I think, you know what? I think I like the simple color scheme here. So I'm going to keep this simple. And I think what I'm going to do is this NPC is going to be just shaking their tail feather the entire time. That's their idle animation. They go boop, 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 boop. All right. And maybe the boots can be a little fun color. Let's make the boots something like this. Actually, maybe it could be more blue here. And then we'll there you go. I think that's okay. Maybe does it pop too much? Maybe it needs to be a more dark color, like so. And then have this be brightened up only slightly. There you go. That's not bad. And then put this like that. It's hard to tell the boots. You know what? I'm going to make it a single color. Like the rendering fidelity of the boots don't really matter as much. And then just to simplify, I'll make the highlights just be emphasized. The rest. Because the visual language of the shoe is not very good if I make it too complicated. It's all about that visual language, right? And if it's on the ground, I'm going to make it drag so there's no hard line on the ground aspects. Boom. Here we are. Here's a little safety wizard who will be dancing, of course. Mikuri says, I cast Bullion. Exactly. That's how it's going to go. Sizen says, hello, hello. Wow, it's an early stream. It really is. We're trying to get as much time as we can with that. Sorry, Saizen, if I didn't see it already. Wonder of Land of Oh says, lol, don't worry, I hate plagiarism. Cool idea. Thank you, I appreciate that. I mean, execution is where it's at, so we'll see how it goes. Renegade says, this wizard could sign with the village people somehow. What? Village people? Ibra says, dang, I was gone for a minute and you've already made it into a masterpiece. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know about masterpiece, but, you know, I'll take the compliment. Let's see. Maybe. I want darker. Maybe I need to make a darker color here. Ugh, it is the same color. I think it's good enough. It's hard to tell sometimes. There you go. Okay. Safety wizard. That also means we need to make a better normal character. Like the player character. What would the player character look like? I mean, it seems like this is what I'm deciding that the general sense of the characters are. Player character definitely needs left, right, and top. Left, down, top. Left, down, right, top. Whatever. Top, left, down, right. Because it's going to be moving, maybe even diagonal. It's going to be really confusing and complicated, but we'll see. We're going to get... Saizen says, it's okay, just focus on GMTK, haha. Yeah, thank you. Renegade says, disco group that sings YMCA. Yeah, exactly. I think dancing would be important because, I mean, I didn't really think about this, but it coincidentally works really well. Because in some sense, we were saying that this game is kind of rhythmic, right? Because the spells are, as I said, spells are executed in time. I think maybe we need to do slower transition on this, like that. So boop, boop. Boom, boom. And we're going to get the bottom coming in later. Yeah, that's okay. That's going to work. And then we'll probably get a blended version of that. So transition between here to here is more like this. Like that. We go boom, boom. And it's doing one of these. So shifting, that means the shoulder will drop here a little bit. And that means this is going to drop down too. Classic getting distracted by the unimportant part, but... And then this will probably drop out more. Lower. Maybe darker. Even darker. Like that. Okay, that's a little bit better. Go whoop, boop. Okay, cool. As this drops down, I think everything else also should probably drop down by 1 pixel here. And it's going to go boop, in, up. Like so. Okay, good. And it's sinking down. So I almost feel like the height will reduce a little bit, but Noxie says hello. I was sure that you were going to do the gem. Haha. Yeah, I have to. I have to. We're making some sort of magic system based puzzle that's looping spell. Let's see. Sputmonk says I was making a reference to the Safety Dance song by Men in Hats. Oh, sorry, I don't know the reference, but I appreciate it. It is a safety wizard. All references appreciated. Boom. Okay, so we got some tiny butt wink happening here. Boom. And then the face, obviously, needs to transition down like that. And go like that. This is a subpixel animation right here. Like that. And then the next frame will be a complete transition of the colors. Like that. So we go boom, boom, boom. So the subpixel. I mean, the other part is kind of important too, but for now, I'm just checking some of these things. And then this will probably drop down now. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Okay, almost. I just need to make sure some of these angles move better. I want the arms to come in more. So I'll probably change the angle here to come in a little more. Boom, boom, boom. Oops. Okay. Okay, almost there. Mind you, this is the least important part of this game. Why am I spending so much time on this, actually? I should probably stop this at some point. I can't stop. This dance motion is make or break for this game. This is what will make the game, everyone. I feel like the hat should drop, but if I just drop the whole thing, it's going to be too much movement. Mikuri says, because you wanted it to look good, I know. But this dance is so unnecessary. I really should pause. I mean, I need to do the leg animation, but I really need to design the main character first. You know what? Okay, we'll do the main character real quick. Main character is probably, you know what? Glasses. Broken glasses. And then is scarred. And then rounder. bigger. More exaggeration. Yes. Yes, please. More exaggeration. There you go. And then, let's see, the size. I gotta pay attention to the size here. The head for this one is about this big. So it needs to be comparable here. So we gotta make sure that the face is not too exceeding of this. Oops. Doesn't fit. The dot doesn't fit in here, unfortunately. Maybe the glass is not broken. We'll see. Obviously, we're not completely married to the design yet, but we'll see how this all plays out. Okay. Not too bad. Maybe get rid of the scarf for now. Because it's not actually Harry Potter. Definitely a wizard hat. Whimsical and silly. That's the idea. Now, the other design definitely has this like 3D look to it. So we need to make sure that this one, or not 3D, but perspective look to it. So this one also gets that. Like so. And then circle it out a little bit. And then make it really droopy point. Because it's like silly. Have the point be like really drooped out. Like so. Main character. And then little, I don't know, stars or something. I don't know if the star can fit in this, but we'll just do something. Probably some other color here, like a red or blue, whatever. That. They have little dots as a decoration. Okay. I think we can work with this. I don't know if I'm going to do the glasses or not just yet. Maybe I'll hold back on the glasses aspect. Thematically correct, at least. Distance of 2. There you go. Okay, good enough. Still 32 by 32 character technically, but you know, can't do what I can't do. I'm just too used to drawing in this scale, I think. Let's make the main character to be a little bit bluer. We'll live in the blue side of the world. Have this point down like that. Nice. Even better. Good. Oh, Conic says, today, why you gotta remind me that I didn't update the today CloudBot here. I'll update the message. McCoy says, or Noxie says, I'm going to try to, still thinking about concept. Can't wait to try your game. I can't wait to try my own game. Hopefully I'll be able to have a playable version by today, end of today, so I can work on other things. McCoy says, because you wanted it to look good. Yes, we already read that. Sizen says, it's the, I want to make it more visually appealing art curse. Yeah, exactly. But it's so important. McCoy also says, it's the dancing wizard only just got their wand. Music plays. Ding, 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 ding. Was imagining that line to the tune of Dancing Queen. Oh, dancing wizard only just got their what? No, the timing is weird, but I get it. Guy says, hello. Hello, hello. We're working on GMTK Jam, not the stream interaction. Yeah. Should add a update today command for mods to change it. Oh, that's fair. I just don't know how to do this here. I probably should change some of the commands to go into what do you call? Oh, is there a thing? Where's today command? It's somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. GMTK Jam 2025 theme is loop. Making a spell rhythm game or magic rhythm game where spell loops through magic code. Not a very good summary, but at least it invokes curiosity there. And then we want a shortcut. Just like blood is mana. If we make it so that most of the character is in the robe, I don't have to worry too much about its actual movement. Right? I mean, low-key, this could be harder, but we'll see. Uh-huh. And then these little stars could be just like maybe it could be like this, actually. It's like a Mickey Mouse from Fantasia. Oh, Fantasia, or whatever you guys call it. Mm-hmm. Then have this in like that. Droopy droop. Droop. More actually. Cat. There you go. I think I can do one more here like that. This one is hard to draw though, with the limited space for sure. Okay, cool. Make it a little bit brighter on the highlighted area. so. And then we'll bring it down to a darker, desaturated situation here. And then this one can go into a darker area, like so. All right. Looking good. We're going to bring this out. Maybe brighten up a little bit. Like so. Okay. Wizard hat. Looks wizardy, right? Maybe there's a little bit too much rendering, but we'll figure it out. Why did I remove the scar? It's just hard to draw. We gotta have the main character hair. Maybe it's like a little long hair. No, I like it wide. I like it wide and derpy. There you go. What if it's like all the way up here? Yeah, even better. I love it. Sorry, I'm really into this. Mr. Boont says, do you already have an idea? Yes, I do. Looping spellbook. Magic as programmable components. That's the idea. Hopefully that's, I don't know if it's self-explanatory, but I'm pretty sure some of us are tired of hearing me explain it, so I'm sparing some of us right now. Okay. I think I'm going to just fill this gap like this. Theme is loop. I heard somebody just plant something. Oh, there it is. A lot of normal berries. Not enough booster packs, I think. I mean, there's still 2 dice left. So I'm surprised nobody got it yet. We got 2 Godot berries, 2 dice berries. We got 2 Berry Allen, 4 wise berries, 2 blueberries. Wow, a lot of special berries out here. Okay. Cooley Draw says, oh, loop has potential. Yeah, loop is interesting. It's massive. McCoy says, Mashal. Oh, Mashal is fun. I love Mashal. You know what? I'm going to go with that idea. Thanks. Cape is too much. Everybody else has cape except this guy. This guy just wears spandex. Is a magic prodigy. Great idea. He's walking towards you. If he is walking towards you, you're alone on a subway, and we make eye contact, and I walk towards you, what would you do? Kind of stuff. Yeah. It's about the same height, I think. A little different, but... I think definitely should be to go with the last year's gym theme that I ended up making, I guess. There it is. Connie says, yay. Wait, did you get something special? Oh, Connie got the dice. It's the rarest one. Be it not shiny, but it's okay. Shiny only happens every now and then. Mr. Boont says, how many people in chat are also participating? I'm not really sure, actually. I know there are a few of us that are participating. I don't know if Mikori is. I've seen at least 4 so far between YouTube and what do you call Twitch chat. I mean, if you are as well, then you are as well. Streamlabs is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. Mikori says you could also just replace the commands with custom ones on overlay. Yeah, I do need to do that. But only thing about the custom overlay is that I have to speak as a myself as opposed to a bot, which is okay, I guess. Saizen says, why did you remove the scar? Well, no, I already read that already. Loop has potential. Conic says, yay. Mikori got the blueberry. Congrats, congrats. Nice, cute. Mm-hmm. All right. And then I think probably we'll make this one where like maybe a golden suit. Is that too crazy? I think I'm gonna just make him wear a black suit or black what do you call bodysuit. Skin color red is okay. I want to go a little bit desaturated so it looks a little bit more acceptable. And then we'll give it like a saturated red with a shadow. That's okay. And this one's going to be probably some sort of saturated dark color here. Thanks for the follow, Bot Musty. Welcome. We are on our GMTK jam right now. The theme is loop. You must plant a seed first, Musty, to get your strawberry. Hair color, let's see. What's a good hair color for a magical person? Something like that? Violet? It's kind of red, I think, still, but the isekai main character vibe here. And you know what? Actually, I'm gonna go for pink. Pink, a little bit more like this. And then highlights. And then the dark colors will go really dark underneath. Like so. Then maybe it'll flow. Maybe not. This is good enough. Whatever. Okay. This is okay, I think. This being this dark color is okay too. All right. This should be okay. I mean, I could always bring this down so it doesn't look as derpy. A little tricky. Maybe I need to just do a little highlight here. do this and bring the highlight over for this. Can be a little bit darker. That looks a little better. This feels weird. You know what? It's okay. I can do this. I can live with this. And then this one would go real dark down here. Oh, actually, I can use this dark color as the liner. And then, instead of going completely black, what I'm going to do is we're going to look for desaturated red. We'll go like that. And, well, maybe that's better. And so have muscles show up on these important features. Okay. I think I'm going to divide the dark and light for now. And then we'll do the rest. Got a little chest here. Quads get highlighted. Shoulder. Then a little bit of this. Not very magey of him, but he looks like he's wearing a massive armor. But alas, he's a very muscular magician. This is just how it is, you know. Magic requires a lot of training, so. Miha says, what's the game idea? So for the loop, I was thinking, so basically it's some sort of puzzle, roguelike. The magic system that is the main mechanic is when you create a spell, yes, you can create your own spell. And in this world, when you create a spell, spell executes like code, where each of the line of your spell is executed slot at a time. So it's like slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4 at a time. And it automatically progresses. So whenever you create a magic spell, it just starts playing this magic. So the idea is you're putting in elements in this spell to create your own version of the spell. But that also means like it has its quirks because it's like running like a code. Spell as a code, essentially. And that means there's some opportunity for like puzzle where you're like trying to fix a already created bad spell, like a badly designed spell that's like ruining people's life, and you're fixing those things or blocking an area because the spell is broken. But you have an opportunity to fix them, or, you know, if you stabilize once you stabilize a magic, maybe you can acquire it or something. I don't know. There you go. So essentially it's about magic. I think it could be fun. And the loop is because Spellbook is looping forever. All the Spellbooks loop. So I have a feeling there's a chance that it's going to be programmatic, like performance-wise, pretty intense, right? Because however many magic spells that are out in the world, I'm gonna have to make it run. So that's gonna be pretty intense, I think. We'll see how that goes. And yes, our protagonist is extremely buff for some reason. There it is. I think I'm gonna not render the hair. I think I like it better as solid color. So here's your main character. I think, should I put the head down one? There it is. I think that's okay. There it is. We have a main character and we have a safety wizard. There you go. Apoc says, it's not muscle, it's where all the magic is stored. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. But Musty says, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Guess you're a strawberry. Ooh, whoops, 7 minutes ago. Thanks for the follow, Sanhor Sergio. Vilmer says, something like Magicraft. Okay, this is the second time hearing this. So I'm going to say yes, something like Magicraft. But I have never played it, so I actually don't know. But if that helps you understand it, yes. Okay. I don't actually know how Magicraft is handling sorry, I'm just trying to get this to look right. I don't know if Magicraft would be doing same thing as like a loops and distance and stuff like that for the spell code, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Safety wizard, muscle mage sprite. All right, cool. I suppose we gotta make the walking animation for these guys. I don't know if that's the priority though. Is that a priority? Okay, I'm gonna make an ugly version of this real quick. A quick version of walking animation would just be arm swinging forward, essentially swinging forward, coming out like this. And then this one swinging back, coming like this. And then this leg probably coming forward a little. And then a foot going up like this. Then you can see the bottom of the shoe. And this one falling back in. And falling back in just goes more towards the center. And then the shoes folded up with the heel tilted up like that. So this goes boop, boop. And then this one sinks in because the walking motion makes the body shorter. And then that means this body twists, upper body twists towards the right side. So that means you see more of the right chest than the left. And then it sinks in deeper. And some of these things move over. Like so. And then shading here. Shading here. Shoulder shows up. We get more of this. So the lighting changes to this. Like so. And then we do dark color here. Like that. So we got boop, boop. Right? And then for the illusion of the hand, we probably need to do different hand color. We do this. Maybe not this, actually. And then if this is moving up, we're going to say the hand color that gets picked up is probably somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. Like so. Boom, boom. Okay, that looks okay. Doop, 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 doop. And then shadow color. A little bit. Shoulder is mostly on this side, so we go boom, boom. Cool. Hair goes up. Maybe you might even see it extend like that. So we go boop, boop. Hat moves up too. Boom, boom. A little bit too much. Get rid of these. So we're going to extend this out. Like so. Okay. Get rid of this. I like this better. And do this instead. Cool. I like that too. So maybe I do that here too. Illusion doesn't work as well. So we're going to do this instead. There you go. And then flop up, meaning the point becomes alive. So we're going to move the point up and maybe move up like that. So go boom, boom. Nice. Like so. And maybe the gap increases. Gap opens up a little bit. There you go. Nice. This tension allows this part of this curve to move a little bit smoother now. So we'll probably fix this to be a little bit easier, like that. Nice. It looks a little silly right now, but I think it'll prove out. Okay. All right, cool. And this is turning up. Gotta fix the shading of this arm. Mostly dark because now it's behind the scene. We're gonna cover this up, and then the shoulder highlight comes through. Transition color, boom, boom. Okay, cool. And then this one, I'm gonna make it so that the arms have the appropriate highlight. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, like that. So technically, if I copy this frame and then create a new frame and then paste it there, if I can do that actually. And then do this, do boop, boop, and then new frame, and then delete this, bring it over here and flip it horizontally. It almost works except the head, right? So what we need to do here is get the head, and copy and remove the head, put this, gotta get rid of this. Bring this over here. We just need to make sure, because the body is wobbling a lot right now. So if we do frame speed, because we're going to think that it's going to take about half the time. Oh my gosh, this is way too fast. I need to make it a little bit slower. 200. Not bad. The body wobble we can fix. Okay. So this one, we'll do this like that. Boom, boom. Cool. Sink this in more. I think I like it in like that. And then just a tiny bit of shadow. Let's see. Corvalli says, hello, Corvalli, welcome. Love how you just put pixel art easily together. It's not easy. I wish I could say it like I just know what I'm doing, but I don't. I actually have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. But at least it kind of makes sense. Like this looks okay. And this hip swivel is bothering you a little bit. And that's probably because it wasn't even to start with, the art. The arm wasn't even. So it feels like there's a lot of swiveling going on. So I'm going to copy the arm and then flip it horizontally and pull this in. Right here. There you go. And that, I think, See, this gap is too big now. So I do need to bring it in, I think. Like so. Doom, doom, doom. And then this one I copy from here. Then go like that. Let's see what that looks like. It still looks... It's because the body is going... The head is going very left. So we're going to have to fix that real quick. Miha, we already talked about that. Migori's laughing. What's the game idea? Something like Magicraft. Yes, it says. Apoc says it's not muscle. It's where the muscle gets, magic gets stored. Corvula says hello. Okay, cool. Caught up. All right, nothing else is going on. I said everybody else is also very focused. Okay, that feels better. Okay, I think that will work. Yeah? Would you say that works? Yeah, I think the chest muscle is getting a little bit too big on rotation, so I'm going to do this instead. So we're going to do that. There you go. So, aha, the highlights are a little off. So we're going to do that as well. Fix the highlights here. Boom, boom, boom. Darkness here. The bottom of the shoes get dark. A little bit of highlight here. And then line is drawn. Cool, cool, cool. That means we get a little bit of thing here. Cool. Should this go up? Like so. Because it's going in. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Doesn't look bad. All right. Let's outline this to see what that looks like overall. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oof. Really thick. I guess it needs to be a darker color for the outline so it doesn't blend like that. I'll go really dark here. This may or may not be an improvement. Oof, it's looking rough. We'll see. It's a little thick. The person is a little bit thick, so it has a potential. Now, there's another rule to pixel art outlining. If you do decide that this is a style that outlines, the feet don't have to have the line where it's contacting the ground. I think I could afford to do one of these. So I'm not going to outline the inner line. Just one of these. And stop at this. Like so. Okay. So we have this. So it'll go like that. So. That looks okay. This one is a copy of this, so I'm going to copy this. This one is going to... Oh, I forgot to do this one. There you go. Ribbon Ribu says, I love how you allow it to be rough. Yeah, I can't... I mean, if I sit here and try to, like... What do you call... polish every part of this pixel art, I'm thinking that I'll be here forever. Also, stylistically, I think kind of like looking a little rough is not bad, honestly. There you go. Okay. The hat pointing up feels a little bit too dramatic. So I think I'm going to fix that. Okay, that still feels like it's going up and down, so I don't need all of this. So I think we can do that. That stationary point is bothering me though. So we go from here to here, fold up. I think I'm just gonna probably do this instead. Like that. And maybe cut this like that. It's a little tricky, this part, I have to say. Because I do want it to look like it's folding up, but I also don't want to like have to draw the point every time. Okay, need a little bit of improvement still. Suppose. Is there no other way to do this? If I go down, maybe if I do this, it looks like it's folding up. I want to see. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, like that. Keep this like that. And then draw this dark line here. Maybe even this could be a little loose to make it look a little bit more curvy. Good enough. Not too worried about this. Obviously, this hair is a little bit of a problem here too. Okay. All right, the tip of the pointy hair is also bothering me, where it looks like it's just stationary. So I think this might be a little better. Maybe I'll not outline the hair. How about that? That might be better for the hair. There you go. Like that. Okay, that feels a little bit better. This thing coming out feels weird though. Dope. This one feels okay. This doesn't. I don't like. I think I need to, I overbaked this. I might have to just keep it as is, this one. No description on the hair. Just a twisting body. Okay, good enough. Ribbon says, I love, oh wait, sorry, I already read that. Cooley says, same. All right, walking. Gonna do a hard line on the body and the hair, so that looks clearly differentiated. Nice. I mean, it would be interesting if I make the hair go all the way down like this, but and make it swing back and forth. But alas, that is not what I'm trying to do here. Cool. Good enough for the front sprite. My neck's hurting. Aaron says, it's the A sprite guy. I ran out of things to say. You've run out of things to say for a while, but nice. We're doing GMTK Jam right now. The theme is Loop. It started 10 a.m. today. And for that theme, I'm hoping... What's going on here? I'm hoping to make a game... People say it's like Magic Craft, but I want the magic to be looping, and then the components of the magic to be like coding, like if else case, like the distance of the range, or like do something like very specific components. And then the puzzle is some of those elements are locked. All right, so we got boop, boop, boop. Should I do side profile? I do kind of need to do that, huh? Okay, for now, for now, I think export sprite sheet, muscle mage, and then we're gonna do this one as not GIF. I'm not done with this one, but it's okay. We'll do a sprite sheet of this as well. Okay, so 2 main sprites are out. We'll create a character here. Not sure if they should share anything. I'll make the safety wizard first. Character body. And this one's going to be safety wizard, aka NPC. It's definitely going to have an animated sprite for sure. For now, it's just standing on business. And we got to make it so that the default filter for the texture is nearest, so that it's like that. I want to place them on the ground. And let's see, that's good. Next one, we're going to create another scene, another character body called Muscle Mage, which is aka a player. Animate as sprite 2D here. Default, oops, not that one, is going to be Muscle Mage here. C4. And then we'll have down walk would be and then have it play. Let's call 7, 6. Okay. All right. Okay. That's not the default though. This is automatic. This is loop. Cool. Let's see. We don't have to worry about collision just yet. But in the world, I want the muscle mage to walk around in a map. And I'm thinking top-down map with a bunch of different stuff. It would be nice if I can just download. I wonder if thematically it'll be too crazy if I use my Dungeons and Ruins tile, the isometric Dungeons and Ruins. You know what? Let me try it out. It might look extremely bad, well, with this image, but if I'm lucky, it'll be okay. And we'll have a tile map, tile set, and I gotta go find my tile. It's a tile I've created. It's somewhere. It's a not asset pack I created, rather. It's available on itch.io. Y'all can go get it. Nice. All right. So this one is the outlined version. I'll grab this and put it in here. Open in File Manager. Paste. And this one, let's see, tile set, isometric, tile set here. We're going to put this. LS texture was modified. Would you like to automatically create a tile? Yeah, sure. Why not? Interesting that it auto detects like that. That's not what I wanted though. This is, what is it? I actually don't know the size. I have to go open it up on Sprite. It would be nice if I can use it. But chances are I might not be able to use it. It is 58 by 69. Well, I mean, it's two different components. There are wall components and then the face components. So, okay, well, we'll try that first. 58 by 69. So we say texture region would be 58 by 69. Like so. And then the tile size would be the other one. Diamond right or stair right? One or the other. We'll see. We'll try to draw this out. And then, so first, if we match the tile texture size, I have a feeling that we're going to have to get rid of the wall part to make it stack nicely. But we'll see. Yes, that's true. Just I need to only take the face part of the tile to make it work. The face part of the tile is simply, what is it? .56 by 43. Wait, is it actually 56 by 43? I want to see what that looks like. Okay. It's not overlapping properly. We probably need to do diamond down. Yeah. Or stair down? No, it's diamond down. All right. That feels right. Okay. Diamond down. It does seem like it doesn't line up. It lines up at the center instead of in the face. So for example, if I try to draw this tile right on here, you see the center, like the middle of the tile is where that is. I mean, Oh, it does matter because I want later when I code this, I want the tile to line up appropriately. So I probably need to change that for each one of them. Let's see. Technically, I'm using pre-made tiles, but it is my tiles, so you know, whatever. Turn this on, turn off. How do I turn off? Like that. Okay. Can I just... I wish I could just delete a bunch of them at the same time so I don't get confused. We do that. I'm going to change the origin of these. Texture origin would be, I think, let's see. Well, it depends on this one. Well, if somebody's on top of the surface, well, the water, because if you're standing on water, because water is passable, you know what? That can be a little bit confusing. Because later I say, hey, have the character stand on the texture origin. If the water is on that tile, it's going to, well, I'll fix that later. I don't want to think about this right now. Minus 16 maybe. Let's see. It's hard to tell from just this. Minus 8. That looks right. And this one's going to be a little bit higher. Minus 10. Minus 15. Minus 14 maybe. This is a very scientific way to do this, right? Well, what does minus 13 look? Okay, I think that's about right, actually. I'll set everybody else to minus 13. I mean, technically that's 2. Origin for these would be at the bottom. Yes. Yeah. Because these are decorations. So this one's going to be 13 instead. Yes. Okay. Like so. Nice. Okay. We're getting it together. All right. We got the tile map layer here. Just basic stuff settled down. We don't need physics if we're making it floating. It can be top down with isometric map. I do wonder what it's going to look like together though. So let's make a map first. I'm going to just draw a map here, like so. And have the muscle mage be here. And obviously I'm going to create a shadow for muscle mage probably. Should I do it programmatically? I'm just going to do a shadow sprite. Instead of having that. Shadow sprite would be something like, I guess the size matters, so make it like this. And that's going to be over here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Like so. This one is over here. I'll save this as PNG. And then goes under character, shadow, sprite. And character's shadow would be a sprite here. Shadow will have self-modulation, opacity. So we have this like so. Geez, apparently I disconnected from the YouTube chat for a little bit. Hopefully I'm not losing signal out here. Ooh. My YouTube is kind of broken. It's okay. All right, it's almost lunchtime, but we'll see where it goes. I'm gonna go get some water. Oh, I'm muted. I'm losing signal, aren't I? Hello, hello, hello. It's here. I might be losing connection. Can you guys not hear me? And this is annoying. I think I'm having a connection issue. Again. Potentially connection issue. Can you guys hear me? It's buffering a lot. Okay. But can you hear me though? Maybe I'm getting DDoS by the Twitch service. Let's see. Chrome, close. You're muted to me. I don't think I did anything. Yeah, that's me. I think that's just me. Let me try to reconnect. Let's see. Be right back. How do I do be right back? Stream setting. End stream and reconnect. Can I do reconnect? Jeez, thanks for the follow if you can hear me. I might have to reconnect here. I might have to restart stream here. Sorry. Gonna try to restart the stream. Is typically connection a real question here? I just ended the stream and then restarted it. Hopefully that fixes it. Hopefully I don't have to restart the streaming app itself. Okay, restart it. Is the sound back? I guess we could also check if the music is playing once I have the music in the background. Seems like it is there. I can't really see. if everything is there. There's no way of confirming. Let's see. Problem. Such delay. Is my sound completely gone? Sound is good? Okay, good. All right. I guess I just needed to restart it. Kind of sucks that that's what had to happen, but alas, here we are. Let's see. That's okay though. We'll do script here. Character body. And then we'll do a physics process. And then we'll take some inputs here. Instead of UI up. Hopefully the YouTube stream is also back. I mean, at least it didn't pause it. It reset the stream hour for Twitch at least. Okay. Renegade says sound is back. Good. I think I am delayed though. Seems like the way that you guys are responding seems like stream is very much delayed. But I think it's okay. We can manage that. Up, down, left, right. I'm also going to add UI up to be W because this is just what I prefer. UI down, S, UI left, left, UI right. This right here. And we're going to take the input here. Input X's UI, UI left, UI right. I think you can do more than just X's. Can you do input get no vector index instance? You know what? It's okay. Or left, right, or horizontal input, or vertical input will be input get axis of the UI up and UI down. And basically the movement direction, I think. Velocity right now. Export var movement speed. Let's say it's like 500 for now. Will be a multiples of, let's see, X and Y. So vertical will be up and down. That means this will provide float value, right? So vertical input, so it'll be vector 2 of horizontal input and vertical input normalized, which will give us the direction, and then the movement speed, that will be the velocity. And then we're going to move and slide based on the velocity right now. Let's see what it looks like on the thing. I just want to see the ratio. Okay, cool. Obviously this is not going to be the movement. but at least I have a camera that's following on the world. Definitely want to zoomed in. So, general, Windows. We want it to be 1920, 1080. Let's do half of that. And then we'll make it windowed for now, because if you play it on web browser, that's what it's going to look like, unless people full screen. I guess we could do full screen. You know what? I'm going to play it on windowed and see how that looks. And we'll say the mode will be viewport, aspect, fractional. Cool. VSync, we're going to keep it on for now because it's not performance sensitive. Per pixel transparency, I'm not sure what that means. Sharp corners, not sure about that one. Okay, and then snapping, we need the pixel. I don't know if I want the pixel snapping or if I'm going to even use a viewport container. Render snap. $2D, I'm just going to turn these on. It's my experience that those need to be turned on typically to make it look good. Hi, where am I? Welcome, welcome. I had to restart the stream here. Are you using compatibility rendering? I am not using compatibility rendering. I'm not sure what that is actually. Also, why is it not zooming in? What is this? What is this change setting will be applied to the editor after restarting? I have to save and restart? That's new. It is best for 2D and web. Is it? Okay. Compatibility rendering. Is it part of the setting in the general property? Excel says my berry is broken. Is it? Where? I don't see her berries. Oh, wait. Oh, our berries are... Something's happening with our berries. You're right. Is it because I lost connection? Oh, you know what? The reconnect logic might be broken. I might have to restart the berries, guys. Sorry. Here, let's do this. Test. Okay. Berries assemble. Everybody, you gotta respawn your berries. I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'll be back. I'm gonna get some water and I'll be back. I don't like these. What the heck is this music? This sounds like Halloween. And then for now, though, I'll keep this over here. Mute myself real quick. Huh? What happened? Did I lose connection? What do we got here? Jackal Gamer says, you only need the snap transforms. I forget the reason, but both will cause some issues down the line. You mean the compatibility rendering and the snap? Or are you talking about the vertex and the transform thing? Let me see. Anthony says, this looks very different from what I thought the game would look. What are we talking about? Oh, you saw the little. It's trying to look a little bit silly, I think. Here it is. Here's the image of what that looks like so far. I do think that it being tiled is a good idea because I have a potential of it being turn-based, like not turn-based, but every move does something, you know, type of thing. Let's see. Let's see, right there. But yeah, Jekyll, please reiterate what you mean, because I was in the bathroom getting water. I think it'll cause excessive camera jitter if you use both. Not sure what that means. I'm gonna assume Shackle meant the snap, the rendering thing here. Not physics, but rendering, under rendering 2D. Snap 2D transforms to pixel and vertices to pixel. The transform for snapping only use one. Okay. All right. What about compatibility? 2D. I don't see anything else that says something about using compatibility rendering. Oh, GL compatibility. Is that what we're talking about? Apparently it's already set to it, so I got lucky, I guess. Forward plus. Oh, this? Huh. Well, save and restart. Thank you, Renegade. Appreciate that. Where am I says you only need forward rendering if you need to use advanced 3D and shader features. Up top right, you can change the rendering. Compatibility is best for web. Okay, good. Thank you. So it is needed. Nice. This error message is annoying. And this is because I let it auto decide on the tile map area, and then it did a bunch of stuff. Probably, I think. And it's like, I can't do that. Hopefully it only happens on launch. Which is silly, but here we are. Let's see. We got the animated sprite here. We'll probably do some sort of state-based animation, I think, or we hardcode it. Because technically we could be like, under physics, delta float, if I actually don't know how to use animation tree. I feel like I should learn it, but it's kind of annoying. I know there's like some transition stuff that I need to figure out, but for now I'm just going to say if velocity is 0 approximate. If it is not, well, if it is, then we want to be playing the default of the animation sprite. Play default. Otherwise, we want to play the walk down one. For now, we're going to update this later. The play, I wonder if it resets if it's already playing. If custom is negative from n, blah, blah, blah. If the method is called with the same animation name or with no name parameter, the assigned animation will resume playing. Cool. So it's okay to recall. It's not going to freak out. Okay, I guess I need to do canvas item here to make it zoom. Viewport, canvas item, fractional zoom. Hopefully. I don't know why it's not. Wait, what? What am I misunderstanding here? I've always done it this way. What the heck is this music? Hello? All right. That's crazy. Brett says, how's it going so far, Ez? We're going through it. We just finished some animation stuff, so we're doing some screen testing here. I decided to use my, tile set that I used, or I created for the, for Blood is Mana. Though, I have a feeling, I wonder if I need to recolor it, or if it's going to fit or not. So that's something that I need to figure out. Otherwise, I'm trying to make it so that when I play it, it just zooms to the size. I guess I could do keep. I mean, it's that aspect. We want to keep the aspect ratio. And scales on fraction. And I thought viewport will make it so that it would adjust based on the viewport size, which is the window size. Resizable is on. Which I'm a little bit puzzled by. What's not just stretching it out. Keep both canvas item and viewport. Will scale it. Jekyll says keep both. Canvas items or viewport will scale it. That's what I figured. That was my experience throughout, but... Hello? Do I have to do this? Oh. This is new. Okay. Looks... The pixels don't look consistent from what I can tell. Obviously, the movement has to change. But, also, the animation is not playing. That's not a surprise, though. Because the viewport is pixel perfect. Canvas item is a mix of HD and crisp pixels and scaling. I see. We'll have to decide on that. Okay. I'm going to make it so that this moves a little bit slower here. Probably a lot slower, honestly. And then I think this logic is actually flawed. Probably we should do this here. Because I suppose if there's no input, it's going to be 0. And I don't know if it's going to flip from default to move immediately or not. There you go. Okay. That's not too bad. All right. We'll work with this for now. Let's see. It's kind of silly though. I like it. All right. Maybe it could be even more zoomed in, but we'll see. All right. The skybox probably will be just completely dark. Might have to just put in walls here. And Dragon says scale mode, integer equals force aspect ratio to be pixel perfect, but can be add black bars with scaled. I thought if you do integer, it just doesn't scale unless it can. Yeah, it's like, oh, this because this screen is not big enough. Like if I do borderless, if I do full screen, let's see. I don't think there's a full screen option here, is there? Because right now this is the aspect ratio. So if I do on the window setting, if I do integer, it won't stretch unless it's perfect multiples. But if I go full screen, then because my aspect ratio is 1080p, it should stretch, but it seems like it doesn't. Because it's like, oh, I can't fit that into the screen. Weird. I don't know. Renegade says, did you make these assets? Yes, I did. So far, I drew the characters. And then the tile map is from my asset pack that I made a long time ago. But it's a slight bit annoying right now. I mean, I guess I could make it even smaller, but... There you go. I don't know if I actually want this big, but we'll keep it for now. Doesn't matter. This will be ground layer. I mean, we're definitely in a floating mode. We're grounded. We're floating. A moving platform. It's not true. We're top down. The collision on a floating mode for wall is little confusing. So we're gonna have to have a wall separately. Because right now it's the whole block is a thing. So even if I do collision like this, it's gonna be like, hey, you're not in the right layer. And it's gonna collide. Unless we say there's going to be a separate layer for the wall. I could do that. Or I could draw the collision later on. So we'll see. Either way, let's create some dungeon. I think the hub world, maybe this will be the tutorial here. So we can create a tutorial level real quick. Scene. Let's see. We're gonna make a node 2D. Say this will be the tutorial. Well, maybe it's not even a tutorial. Like, tutorial world could be at the hub if we're smart about it. But maybe not. We'll see. Almighty Mr. PK says, why ISO instead of 2D or 2.5D? ISO because the tile set, I've already drawn this long time ago. This is my pre-existing tile set. Also, part of it is that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should create a whole new one just for this or not. That's something I need to figure out. So far, I want to be like, I want to know visually if it suits. Like, it's like, does this look thematically appropriate compared to the character? Maybe? I don't know. We'll have to figure out. But I'm also very hungry at the moment. Okay, that looks... There you go. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not married to the ISO yet. Jekyll says probably the override width and height is making it centered. I see. Instead of top left. Almighty says, I feel like there should be a little bit of snap where the player stops walking in the middle of a cell. That might be a good idea. For now, I just want to make sure some of the main mechanics work. And then visually it's okay. So I'm going to try to focus on that a little bit. Tutorial level. Let's draw some map though. And I guess this one has a tile set. I think I can save this. We'll save as main tile. And then in the tutorial level, for now, this might end up becoming, what do you call, hub world, but I want to see what that could look like. So let's see. Idea is, I think, according to our doc, which I don't have open right now because I had to close out a bunch of stuff, we want, I think we want it to feel like the player is stuck, right? So we definitely need in this level the safety wizard here, right? Safety wizard lives. So he's going to be dancing in some corner here. And you're going to be like, huh? And I guess we should probably plan out some of the levels here. And then the components and the metric system. So I definitely need to pull out my GDD as we get into the level design. Almighty Mr. PK said, oh, Godot, hi, welcome, welcome. Almighty PK says, at the moment, it feels weird watching him walk around on and off the perceived grid. Yeah. Anyways, Met Props doing your own art and coding. I can code all the do-dar day, but can't draw for toffee. You know, I do what I can. I accept the fact that it's probably not the best thing, but I do like the art aspect of game design too, so I'm trying to enjoy myself here. But I'm sure style is more important than actual goodness. Oh, whoops. Ball City says, yo, how old you is? I am mid-30s. And I've mentioned my age already in this, like in my stream before, so it's not really a secret, but I am old. Let's see, my document here. Let's see. Pre-slotted magic. Okay. So first thing I'm thinking first interaction puzzle or first puzzle. And then that means we're going to talk about the elements here. So we'll do a little bit of design here. I want it to be like quintessential magic coding and like why and how this is fun. Ugh. So something simple as blasting things away could be fun. You're given a spell book. Given a spell book. Almighty says, do you use AI to help spec the doc or did you raw dog it? I just raw dog it. I don't have time to think about prompts and like trying to massage and read things. Fortunately, I just do it, just one step at a time. Okay, so we got the first puzzle here. Well, tutorial, I think, should reveal that you have a book. You have a spell book. And then player receives a first element or spell element. Used to overcome first obstacle. Use in combination to overcome next obstacles. If I can spell, that'd be great. New situation arises where a new concept needs to be attempted. And I think some of the concept, I'm not really sure what it would be exactly. To be attempted. Jeez. But we'll figure it out. All mine says, unless I have double on ice, I struggle with coming up with ideas. I use ChatGPT and Gemini quite a lot for brainstorming stuff. I mean, I can see how that can be helpful. I just like, to me, coming up with the idea is part of the fun for me. Like just sitting down and like spitballing all the crazy concepts. So, simple. I think simple projectile magic or something impactful, right? Something simple, damaging spell. So blunt, probably the blunt force is probably a spell. And then you have a directional element, right? And I think they just interact differently. It's kind of like a puzzle. You have to figure out how each element interact with the other one. Because you could be like, well, if you do directional, then blunt force, what happens? Versus blunt force, then directional. Does it differ? And I think that part of figuring it out is that. I actually like the fact that if you do directional element, it's like you choose the range, like you make it increase range by 1, and then you do an explosion, controlled explosion, versus if you do blunt force in a direction, then it goes blunt force projectile or something like that. So those are two simple ones. That also means that if you chain a directional element, then you have a chance of warping these projectile in a very specific direction, I think. Oxynum says, how did you auto refund? I am using the Twitch API. So it does the auto refunding. It worked. Eventually, we figured it out. We had to just had to revalidate. Renegade says, is this Fusroda? Is that how Fusroda work? Where things get added and improve? Maybe. Okay. So that means we want an obstacle first. So we're gonna have maybe another Talmud player, which we'll name eventually, but I just want to shape it out to see how all of this could look potentially. So we'll say maybe draw this. Maybe I'll do it right here, like that. And then have this be... this one needs to be shifted though. Ooh. Ah, this is gonna be tricky, huh? We need a tile map layer that's shifted over for second level versus we need one for just simply drawing the decorations. Hopefully there's a better way to do this, but we'll see. So for example, I want this to be shifted by a certain amount, right? So this one, we want to move the whole thing by, I don't know, how high is this? 69. This one is at 0, 0. This one is at 0, 0. We want this to be minus 69. No, half of that. Actually, we kind of want to, maybe I need to just like do one of these things. Just doesn't line up nicely, but whatever. We'll figure it out. So, for example, this could be drawn over here. Oh, but that they don't line up nicely. Ugh. This is becoming kind of ugly. Wait, can I do it on the same layer? I got it. What I can do is change the origin, actually, of the layer. Here, tile set. I'm gonna change the origin to be the same as the walls, so I can use it on the same layer. So over here, we'll say, what is it? Rendering texture origin -13. So we're gonna do that. 13 here, and then update all these so they line up nicely, so I can put it on the second layer. That means for the tile map, I can draw it like this, but I gotta get rid of this. Okay. Right. So for example, I could do it like this, and then have it be like that. Nice. So let's see. I'm gonna give this wall a try here. So I can draw this. This could get tricky, making this wall transparent. But we'll see. We'll see how that feels. And the idea is I want the player to try and explode this. I guess safety wizard should be over here to get out. And that's the first challenge. And that would be a game in itself already, right? So that's a good start. I think a simple mechanic with playability immediately is good. I don't know where my eraser symbol went. Hello? Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, what's going on here? Okay. Cool. First layer, I'm going to get rid of some of these, actually. I'll make it so that it's a grounded version. Like so. Ta-da! Delete this. This could be interesting already. Almighty says, is that layer with the dude supposed to be land or water? This? Or are you talking about... There is a water in the tile map, but this itself is supposed to be ground. Archives with the berries. Renegade says nice. Archive says, Ezra, we need cranberry folk and blackberry folk. Well, the shiny version of the blueberry is kind of cranberry. So maybe you should try to get the shiny blueberry. Shiroff, hello. Almighty says the square tool could do with a fill outline toggle option. Help draw just a room versus a floor. Yeah, I think that could be useful, but alas, we work with what we got. Maybe instead of the ground being this like wall structure, maybe I could just draw a dirt tile instead. So I'm gonna fill this like so. So it looks like this. And then maybe have a little bit of a grass patches that's grown here and there. I could do like that. This could be interesting. That looks pretty cool. And I guess the player will spawn right here on the ground. And then you wake up and you go, where am I? And then they'll be like, well, I guess though, how did you get stuck in here in the first place? You know what? Reality is not the point here. Cooley says, just one more berry. I swear it's the last one. You sure? Oh, hey. Wait, hold on. Why is the shiny activated? Oh, I got raided? Nice. Hey, Creative Waste. I was like, who activated the shiny? I forgot. All right. 22 raid, which means we got 1,300 seconds of shiny. You have opportunity to get 10%. Thanks for the raid, Creative. I should make it so that it shouts out. The bot shout out happens automatically instead of having to do it manually, but here we are. Creative Waste. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Ayoku says, tightening up controller support. New demo update on the horizon. Creative Way. I said Creative Wade. Creative Raid. Welcome, raiders. This music is extremely distracting for me, apparently, that I can't even pronounce what I'm trying to say. Let me know if the sound is too loud, by the way. Yeah, we're working on our GMTK gem right now. We have a theme called Loop, and the game is going to be about magic and the spell. And then you have a spell book, and the way spell book works is that it loops like a code continuously, and you're supposed to build that spell book with this element to solve different various puzzles in the world. So that's the loop. Creative Waste says tightening it. Okay, I see. Hi Ezra. Hi Creative. Welcome, welcome. The Dragon God Neroth says, okay, well, everybody's just saying the same raid message. I got you. I hear you. Well, congrats on your progress today. I'm guessing you guys are not joining GMTK, Jam, specifically. Cooley says, plant your berries. Yes, plant your berries. The shiny is activated. It's only 10% chance, but it's still a chance. Get your shiny. See, look at this cool shiny. Sheerwolf has a shiny wizard. Yeah, look at that. Sick. Zuzu on YouTube says, that was day 0 for me. Made us start on the player handler. Feels pretty okay. Gather all assets for the minimal viable product and worked a bit on the concept. That's good. You made a good progress. I guess my stopping point would be once for today, I want to be able to have the player go through a spell book once, I think. So over here, tutorial would be open spell book, add first spell element, which will be specifically blunt force. And then use to overcome the first obstacle. I think the spell needs to be... Is it always casting? I guess that's the problem. I think... Okay. Whatever you have active is a spell that will be playing. The spell book is broken. Spell book is broken, meaning it can't be closed. Meaning some spell is always playing. And you have... Yes. Yeah. Okay. Some of the pages, spell pages come with fixed element and new elements, or we're not going to even worry about that. Okay, that's the puzzle. Fun. All right. So we have a person here. We definitely need a spell book UI. Godot says, how's the jam going? It's going. We're figuring it out. I'm not really sure how I'm going to approach the whole UI aspect, but we'll find out, I think. Surprisingly, this map actually works okay with the NPC we drew here. Almighty is like, water. W Lays already has a plant. Everybody's like just rushing to get the shiny now. Did anybody else get the shiny? 10% is pretty low, I have to say. I gotta admit. I mean, you have plenty of time. 1,000 seconds. That's a pretty long time. All right, I think I'm gonna make a magic UI. Spellbook definitely has to be a book. Funnily enough, actually, as part of my free asset challenge, I do believe I had a UI that I found for free. That's a page, and I believe I'm allowed to use pre-made assets, and this would save a lot of time because turning page animation is surprisingly difficult. On YouTube, Code the Road says, it would be fun to make a Groundhog style game where you have to play it over and over and over again until you figure out how to solve everyone's quest line in a single run. I think that would be an amazing idea for the theme of loop, for sure. This seems pretty appropriate. Last time I tried to use it, though, it didn't have every aspect on it. Let's see if they have a paid version separately. Important note, if you bought the product but can't access the file, let us know. I might as well buy the purchased version, honestly. I want to see the download. Download now. Is there a paid version? Okay, so here it is. Pocket Inventory Series number 5, player status. Paper UI is free, but what does the paper UI have? That's what I need to look at. Book size 416. Is this all included, or is this like part of the paid version? How do I know what's included in this without actually downloading it? It's not clear to me. Version 1.1 is just this. With the paper UI like this. can be used commercial and non-commercial projects. It's not, these assets cannot be redistributed. Okay, that's fine. Logo trademark, yes. Credits are appreciated. I'm not really sure what I get from this. Number 5. Player status, which I guess is all of this. You know what? I'm just going to download the free version and see what's going on instead of having to figure out what's going on here. Let's take a look. What's it downloads? Oh, it's done. Wait, why won't it finish? Okay, I was like, am I having a connection issue again? Something opened. There it is. Paper system. All right, we're gonna copy Sprite version, maybe. We'll copy the Sprite version and try to export the parts that we want. So we'll copy this and put it under spell book. And then we'll open it up on Sprite. Open. We got the animated version, folding and cutout, item holder, day and night cycle, plain paper UI. Looks the same. Oh my goodness. It's huge. It does seem like the page flipping animation is not here. It's huge. The file's huge. Let's see the animated version. I don't see anything here. It's missing a bunch. Why is this even animated? Yeah, I don't really see anything. Oh. No, I guess it just took a while to load. No. Something is different. Wait, where is... Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. All right, that makes sense. Let's see. Day and night stamp. I don't care about the stamps. Let's see what's what. Content. Day and night, we don't care. Content, we don't care. Background. But even the decoration, this whole thing is the same. What is this? I'm going to hide this real quick. Oh, burn? Uh-huh. Okay, well, this one is the only one with the animation. What about the book flip opening? Not quite what I need. But we have this. Or we could take inspiration from this and make our own, but I don't know. I guess I need to buy the paid version, perhaps? Alas, we must spend money. Am I cheating if I buy assets? It says I need to spend... I mean, okay. Are these all... I'm hoping this is all part of it. And this would be perfect. So... Uh-huh. What's scary is that it's not guaranteed that I'm going to get what I'm paying for. Like, is that what this is? Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna pay for it. How much do I need to pay at least? $7? $7.20? All right, let's do $7.30. 7.30. Pay with credit card. All right, everyone. I'm gonna do this off screen here. Can I? I might have to go get my wallet because that. Ooh, actually, there's a way to autofill with some security code. Let's do that. Don't look at my credit card. Oh, nope. I don't have it. I gotta go get my wallet. I'll be back. Okay. You know, what do you guys think about buying assets? Is it not as cool if I don't make everything by myself? That's the question here. I feel like it's almost worth it, the amount of time I'm saving. But I guess you could say, technically, the badge of being like solo developing might not be there anymore, because technically it's like developing with someone else. Hey, all right, we got the fancy version. Hopefully this has everything that I need. All right, downloads there. It's gonna open eventually, probably. I should probably make a little spell book page asset though. That one I think we can fit in, well, this is 64 by 64. So I can do 30 by 32 by 32 and have a little spell book page like so. And that one, can be its own thing. Cool. And then that. I guess I should. There's a lot of curve here. Should probably do it like this. This one also is coming up a lot. Okay. Just feel like it's a little bit too curvy. Just want to flatten this out. Like so. You know what? Once I color it, it's going to look better. Yeah, so watering is working. For a moment, I thought it wasn't working. All right. Pages, I want to desaturate it. This is magical, so I think the magical parchment could have some high saturation color. Like that. And then that's going to have something like this here. And this. And then I know, it looks really bright. No worries. Gonna be doing a lot of blending here. Like so. Uh-huh. Oh, it looks a little shiny, actually. Gotta make sure it doesn't look too shiny. Okay. And then have this slightly darker. There you go. This one can go all the way dark, like so. Have this like that. And there it is. Little scroll or spell page with probably some shadow. Not sure if I'm gonna do transparent color or not on that. Should I could just color this in instead? Okay. And then we'll do some vibrant color as our spell indicator. We're gonna make it look like it's a writing. Thanks for the follow, Almighty. Folkquin says, hello there. Hi. Did you get something, Almighty? No, you got a regular folk. I guess I should make it so that the follow gives you a free seed or something. It's a good idea. Sorry, it's not already there. I think it could be actually darker. And then have it be anti-aliased a little bit. I liked it clean better. Maybe I need to get rid of some of these. Thanks for the 3 people raid. Incredible. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Are you working on GMTK Gem as well, or are you just doing whatever you are working on? Trying to make it so that it looks like a little spell book thing or spell page. Okay, there it is. Spell page. This will be spell sheet. And that's going to be under probably spellbook. Call this page spell sheet here. And then that's going to be a PNG. I mean, if I made this animated, it's going to be so much cooler if it's like fluttering. I wonder if I can do that actually. Might be a little difficult, but should be possible. I have to do like a lot of these. It's gonna be so hard though. That's gonna be so hard. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Let's not worry about that just yet. Fanciness comes at the polish step. Let's not polish already. Ibra says, hello Ezra, how's the progress? Progress is coming through. Corbus says, hello Ezra, sorry can't hear you. Ads, I'm back. How is it going, Ezra? Also, did the raid work? Raid works, typically. I set a limit for 5 people raid for the shiny. But I guess I should update that. Because some of the people were abusing the raid benefit and wanting to do one-person raid to try and get their hands at the shiny. So we set a limit of 5 people or more for activating shiny time. But alas, it's okay. So it didn't activate it for your raid, but it's okay. It's okay. That's how it is, you know. Okay. For spellbook pages, we're going to make another one. It's going to be a body that player can interact with, like an item. So it can be a character body, but it could also be just node with an area. It doesn't necessarily have to be a body. Unless I'm planning on making it move. I guess I could do character body for it. It's just the problem with making it character body is that it comes with a lot of extra bloat. But, you know, spell sheet. And spell sheet could be just simply the sprite of this, like so. Yep. Then we'll probably put just collision body here. Collision shape of this. And we'll make this under collision. I guess we'll create a bunch of these. We're not going to distinguish enemy and player. Friendly fire on. Hurtbox, hitbox, collision, And then we're going to have world collision. And I guess collision is detection. So this one is going to just live on collision. Doesn't detect anything. Doesn't interact with anything. Motion mode is floating. Hey Maisie, welcome. Obama have what the heck is are we talking about? Renegade says, "Oh, pizza slice, pizza slice." Maisie also says, "What are we doing here?" Maisie, I have no idea what you're saying. I'm sorry. Ramtina says, well, actually, Ramtina is following, so thanks for the follow. And Corbin says, "Well, I don't care about the shiny, just wanted to bring viewers to your stream. Thank you for the viewers. I was doing GMTK too, so I brought them here." What's your idea? Are you at a place where you can share your idea, or are you keeping it a secret? I guess the item itself doesn't really need a collision. I'm just going to add an area, actually. And I'm going to put this to be in the world of... I suppose it can be in the same world as the collision. Yeah. Because the item detection detects the collision, I think. And it's going to be a detection area. It's monitorable, but it's not monitoring. So we have that. And then that's over there. The idea here is that we're going to have probably a spell sheet that's just kind of lying around here like this. Maybe not there. Maybe here, yeah. Little tight. I think I'm gonna increase the map size a little bit. Maybe that's okay, actually. Because I wanted to start with it exploding, and players get to see this, like, exploding in place. Like that. Which doesn't do anything, I guess. Because it's exploding in this cell right here. Let's see. Incredible says, I can share, but because I've never used Godot, so trying it for GMTK. The game's about loop. Kidding. It's going to be physics-based Faudian game. Never heard of that concept, so actually I'm not sure what that is, but it's okay. Faudian game where you loop around stuff to reach higher. Oh, it's like a climbing game. I see. Fun. All right. So we have a little spell sheet. So reason I put this down is the idea is a player spawns here. They can interact with the safety wizard, and then they can interact with the spell sheet, which will be exploding. So we're going to have, I guess, effect is the spell sheet is its own thing. We want spellbook to have actual spell effects. So spell effects. And so we're going to first create a explosion, or yeah. Folder, explosion, or not folder. The first one we're going to create is a spell called explosion. I think. And explosion, I guess everything is character body apparently. We'll make the explosion thing real quick. Incredible says basically, okay, I see. So it is a climbing thing. Sounds fun. I'm excited to see where it goes. as we always do. I would say the explosion will be like really like hot yellow ball of light, like a ball of reaction. Maybe it could be red actually. Hot ball of red. First, with the yellow core, and that goes whoop and turn into full yellow. So it goes like this. Like that. It's the real trust the process situation here. I'm sure you guys are like, what is this? But my experience is that this does end up looking like a pretty intense explosion. I think. No promises. So we go like this, that. So. This might be a little messy though. I gotta get rid of this yellow. I do need the black background to be able to see it better. So we're gonna have this here. Like so. Might have to blend this though a little bit so that the yellows don't look too crazy against this red. Uh-huh. I might even make it a single color, actually. We'll see. We'll blend this out. Maybe I'll just do this here, like that. And then hot core, like so. So. Like that. I'll go whoop, and then where it shrinks down. Whoops. Oh. Okay. Shrink down. So we go from here to here so that it looks like it's receding before explosion. So I go boop, boop, where we take this bright color and we'll bring it in. Bring it in to the core. It has a little bit of sticking out. Let's go boom, boom, boom. Might even make it even smaller, actually. And then the next frame is a boom, a huge explosion. Life's a skit says, it's okay, Ezra, I trust you and the process. Thanks. He says, man, I've been struggling with the animations. Animations are hard. You definitely need that. I mean, like, it's one thing that I'm sure you'll save a lot of time on if you use pre-made assets. This one is actually. I still struggle with it. I can only do like rough shape. I can never make it really smooth. I mean, one thing that did help is I keep showing this every time, but this link right here, with all the pixel art animations and concepts. Anyways, so we want this to go basically something like this. And then we can make this instead of what do you call gray smoke of explosion, we can make this a little bit more like desaturated / orange explosion thing. So we go boom, boom. Oh no. I drew it on the wrong one, as I always do. There you go. Hold on. I can just go like this. And then shape the silhouette here. And let's make it something like this, where we see a core, a little bit of core here. So some of the lights of the intensity shows through the smoke. So there's like a smoke, and then this light is showing through. The fire is showing through the smoke. So it's like leaking through, right? So you have something like that. And we could even intensify it as some of the parts by putting something even brighter. Maybe we can blend it better. Go like that. The high contrast may look not very blended, so that's one thing, but we'll see how that looks. We go boom, boom, boom. And with the sound effect, it's going to look even better. And then new frame. So we go boop, da, 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 where the smoke dissipates, right? So we're going to blow a hole here. And then these things are going to move out. I guess it's better to do the smoke moving out a little bit. Sizen says, I'm back. How's the progress going? It's going. We're doing some spells now. Hard Daisy says, what is the game about? The game's going to be about spells and broken spell book. So basically you have a spell book, and then the spell book, the way it executes or way the spell book plays is that whatever page you have on, whatever page is activated, you have these spell slots in the spell book where it activates the spell one at a time. So the idea is it's like coding a magic. Like coding a magic, I guess, is one way to do it. Like it's a debugging magic where, you know, when you're debugging a code, it runs line by line. So it'll run each line of the magic at a time. But because it's broken, some of the effects are set and locked in. So you have to, like, you know, work around it. And you have some sort of puzzle with that, you know, obviously, and all those things. So in a nutshell, that's what this is. We're gonna have this move out a little bit. Thanks for the hydrate though. Thanks for the follow, Reikobit. Welcome. Beepo says, "You're so speedy, looks great, thank you." Fireball. Kind of. Something like it. Fireball, explosion, whatever. I could be faster, I'm sure. But we want to have this shift a little bit still, because it is still smoke. And have this dissipate. I go. And I think I want to make it look like it's spinning out a little bit. You know, art is only part of it, though. So I have to make sure I don't get too caught up on the art here. Maybe we'll have a little bit of spark in the mist. Then this will travel out again. So. And then make it, since it's impactful, I think there's some, this concept of like pushing the air out, right? I think. I don't know, it may not look that good, but in my head, it feels like it's something that would happen. What is it? Thanks for the follow, Beepo. I think that was Beepo. Chris, oh, that's not a Chris. Cluster says, Garu. Garu? Garu? Is that what it is? Tony says, hello. Hi, Tony. Welcome. Beepo also says, have you seen the game Majorina? I haven't. I've heard a lot about it, though, recently. I heard that it's been fun. Isn't Majorina voice-activated magic? I don't know how the magic aspect, like the building the spell, works, but I always thought making a spell-based game that's about programming, like how, you know, in fantasy settings, a lot of times you talk about like how magicians are like scholars because they're studying magic. So like it being like programming would be really fun. So yeah, I mean, that idea has always been in my head. So this has only been kind of like an opportunity to express that. And the sparks probably fly off as well. Just not enough canvas size, I guess. Something like that. And it's spinning out, so we're gonna have one more that's like probably curled in a little bit. Like so. this one also is spinning out. And then empty. So all together, like that. Does that look convincing? I mean, I guess we could extend this to make it easier to see. Maybe there needs to be one more frame of dissipation. We'll do one more. How about that? Then do like that. This one goes all the way here. One more. Like so. And then this one goes all the way out. Maybe that looks good. Heart Easy says, bro, it looks so good. Oh, thanks. Heart says, put a few dots on the edges to make them look like shards. Ooh, I could do shards. I mean, this is elemental right now, so I want it to feel elemental without actually any fragments. Maybe we can have fragments later. Tony, I'll answer you in a bit. Beepo says, when you were talking about your magic book, it reminded me of that game. Yes, it's voice activated, haha. Good friend slap game. I really want to play that. Maybe I should play that on stream with people. That'd be fun. Beepo says, that looks so good, dog. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tony, the idea is, well, the theme is loop, so I thought it would be good if it's like a rhythm game or like a looping game where it's like a music that's playing on loop constantly and you have to change the element every time. And then when it loops back, something new happens. Except instead of it being music and the sound, which actually that might be a good idea to have some sort of sound tied to the spell that gets played. Anyways, to make music as well. But it's a spell book. And spell book is always looping. It's always playing whatever page is activated. And it's playing slot by slot. And each slot has certain elemental features. And it decides what happens depending on what order of things are in there. Right now, for example, if you have a 5-slot spell sheet and then the last one is explosion, it's locked, it's broken, so it's permanently a spell sheet with the explosion at the end. So you could put conditional statement in front of the explosion. So say, if by water explode, now the spell book is no longer exploding, so you can pick it up or something like that. For example, and that also means there's multiple ways to solve a problem. All right, cool. I think it's working. I'm going to remove these unrelated frames. So here we are. Spell effect. I guess this is explosion. Explosion sprite sheet. Though technically I kind of want to make a... We'll see. Anyways. All right, so animation here. And that one is going to be by default. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Oh, I saved it with the background by mistake. I gotta make it transparent. There you go. Uh-huh. Then that's going to be spell book, spell effect, explosion, 32 by 32. Boom. And the speed should be 11, I think. There you go. And of course, we could always put... I don't know if I want to do light. How do I make it? Even if I turn on HDR, it's not going to glow, is it? I need some sort of bloom. I probably will add world effect later, probably. There it is. Explosion. It probably has area of impact. So we'll say explosion will have area, and this will be a hitbox. Hitbox is what hits people. It is monitoring, but is not monitorable. It's monitoring hurtbox. So hitbox, whenever it detects a hurtbox, it's going to do something to it. Collision shape, and this area is not pickable. That's not necessary. And the area, I think, probably is something like that. I would think. Tony says, good idea. Yeah, you can add bloom using world environment node. I do think that whenever I use a bloom, I think you're supposed to, what is it? Have a certain threshold, and I don't want everything to just bloom out. So I need to make sure I design all the art appropriately, I think. Renegade says, water cube. Sizen says, I am liking that game concept. It makes you think an approach because there's a locked part of the spell book and find a solution to make it have the desired effect at the end. Looking forward to your game. Thank you. I think it's a fun idea if I can execute it appropriately. I mean, that's the hard part, obviously, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So explosion here. Technically, we have all of these in a separate. We have a player character, and then safety wizard is going to be its own thing. But I do think now, two ways to approach. I can make it so that the character bodies inherit a single world entity. Because at the end of the day, what I want is that this explosion to impact the world equally. Kind of like a simulation puzzle, right? It's technically a simulation puzzle. But the few ways that we can do that is by one, either extending a common node, or the script. For example, I could be like, oh, explosion, when it detects a hurt box, it's going to get its body that the hurt box belongs to, and then inflict damage. We can do that to have inherited scenes. Alternatively, if we do composition, we can make it so that whenever I add a character, give a damage handler, for example, and then whenever explosion detects a hurt box, it'll be like, hey, the parent of this hurt box, do you have a damage handler as part of your composition? If you do, execute the damage handler. Then you can have different strategy of the damage handler. Be like, oh, this is a character damage handler, and then it'll handle it some common way. Or if you have a unique thing that you need to do, you can do that. I'm not sure what's more complicated because I don't want to overuse a programming pattern. Tony says, I think you can set every color of the nodes you want to glow to 1.5 or something like that. I do think if you do that, it just makes it white. Like you need you might need a copy of the sprite and then modulate that and then hide it behind the actual sprite or above the actual sprite. I think. Beepo's doing lightning bolt. Speaking of lightning bolt, you can just throw, if you do throw command, your little berries would shoot out little bullets. Throw. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anyone, but it's there. It's a Soryuken or Hadouken. Hadouken. Wow, a lot of berries out here. Axel has 11 normal berries. That's a lot. That's crazy. Oh, Mr. PK hasn't unlocked any berries. Well, I guess waiting on something. Look at all these rare berries out here. Some people showing off their shiny. I guess I should change mine to a shiny too. Actually, yeah. Change berry. Yep, there it is. Okay. We got tutorial here. We have the spell book. Explosion is an effect. We need a resource now. Spellbook and a page need a resource. I'm going to create a new script called page or spell sheet resource. And this one, Beepo says, ooh, isometric top down. Yeah, I like the look of it. I had a feeling that I might want to do like turn-based mode at some point. Kind of like the isometric tactics. Because the progression could happen on motion. Like every time you move, it progresses. Or if you're not doing anything, nothing progresses. So the tile map could be convenient for that. I'm not married to that idea yet, but we'll see. Spell sheet resource will obviously have series of effects, I think. That is elements, spell component. Ooh, I don't know what we're calling it. We call it element, but I think spell component is probably better. So we'll have a new one called spell component. And basically, we're going to also have a resource called spell component, which right now is just going to be name alone, I think. I gotta rename this. Spell component resource. And this one, a class name, spell component resource, will have a component name, var component ID, and then we're going to have component effect probably, var component effect, which will be spell or effect. What are we calling this? Spell effect. Ah, there it is. Spell effect doesn't have a name yet, so I'm going to create a script called... Oh, you know what? This should be a string. Spell or component effect will be a spell effect name, which will be retrieved as information only, and then will be retrieved on execution. Cool. Nice. Spell sheet tutorial, that's fine. I'm gonna get rid of the spell mage. Stop the muscle. So only thing we need now is the map tutorial here. Very tight design. I like this. And then we'll have the spell sheet with that explosion is the effect. We were creating this page first. So we're going to create a spell sheet here. This. And spell sheet will have class name spell sheet. We'll have a resource called spell. Oh, I guess it could just have the resource like that and call it spell sheet resource as part of it. Thanks for the follow, VTR Leon, or is it Lion? Welcome, welcome. We're struggling. Spell sheet resource. Why is it yelling at me for? Could not parse this. Oh, yes, because I didn't finish it. A spell sheet resource will have effect. Should it have page counts? I think effects. Array of spell components, I think. Spell component resource. Okay. And then that also means we want certain spell component resources. So we're going to create some resources here. Spell component resource. Create a empty slot, empty component. And then I guess the components also should have, I should export this actually. We said some of these are locked as well. So we're going to say is locked because it's a part of the components. By default it's false, but they'll determine some of the aspects here. Component name empty. Empty component effect for this one is going to be just empty. Thanks for the follow, XT2R. Welcome, welcome. We are just going at it here. Another resource. It's not a sheet resource, it's a component resource. Say spell component resource. This one's going to be explosion. Or we should call this explosion resource. Explosion component. And this one's going to be called explosion. Or call it heat? No. I should call it energy. Energy. And then component ID is just lowercase energy. Component effect will be explosion. Technically. I guess it should have some sort of combination thing. I don't know if people should be able to, oh my gosh. Combine explosion. I feel like it needs to matter. The timing should matter. When you explode something, it immediately explodes. If you do movement first, a direction first, then it decides the direction of the explosion. Okay. I think there needs to be some sort of spell focus as well. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. And then the next thing I wanted to make was direction, right? Because those are the two effects that I wanted to start the tutorial with. I don't know if that's going to confuse people or not. We'll see. The first spell sheet, I think the exploding sheet is probably going to... see, hold on. Spell sheet resource is this. So we're going to create some spell sheets here. Spell sheet resource. And then we'll put view here, spell sheet resource. And the first one's going to be exploding page. An exploding page will have empty component, oops, empty components. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the second slot be the exploding slot. It's going to be exploding. So the idea is This first page will allow users to, or players to try to manipulate this. And I'm going to say, make this unique so I can lock this. This is the confusing part. If I don't make it unique, then the original resource gets edited as well, I think. So I got to be careful here. We'll see. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Because problem with this is that later, if I say, hey, I want to update it so that this other component gets updated, this I need to update manually now, which I don't like. I might actually do a wrapper here, wrapper resource. Thanks for the follow, CobbleDev. Welcome, welcome. So do you see what I'm saying? Not that anybody's paying attention right now. So I made a spell component resource where there's a source of truth here. The lockedness, if the spell is locked or not, is not a spell component specific thing. It's a spell sheet specific thing. Cobble says, yo, hey. Meaning, basically, if I do locked here, it changes the source of truth, and I don't want that. I want the source of truth to remain the same. At the same time, if I make it unique and I lock it, and later I make a code change or a resource change where the original source of truth gets updated or things get added to it, this won't update. This won't know to update. Right? I think. Yeah. So in order for this to be updated, I need a separate one. Not just do I want a resource that's called spell component resource. We need a specific type of resource for being part of this spell. Now, alternatively, you could say create a script that is an extension of a resource. And I could make this into a spell sheet resource. We'll call this a spell component, spell component in page. It's just like a little bit over engineering, but it's okay. Component in page. And basically this one's going to have export. There has to be a better way to do this, but we'll see. Component is spell component resource, and then in page it'll be able to say is locked, which is by default false, which means I can get rid of this. So those are two separate entities. So over here, for this resource, the spell sheet resource, we can say spell component in page instead. So this one, we do this, and then we can do a quick load on this. We're going to do empty, and it's not locked. We're going to copy this, and we can just paste and make unique. Paste and make unique. And this second one, quick load the explosion and lock this. Nice. So we have a spell sheet with 3 slot, and second one is an explosion, which is broken and locked, and rest is empty and open. Cool. So we have the resource representation of the spell book. I'm going to go back to the UI I downloaded, the paid version. Hopefully this has everything I need. We're going to go for the brown book. A green book actually might be contrasting better. And we'll look at the sprite sheet and see what's out here. We'll copy all of this to our spell book assets. Open in File Manager. I might have to do this on UI, but we'll see what it looks like. Where's my music? Have it keep playing, I guess. Is this the last one that played? I wish it could just loop automatically. Maybe I need new search. Chill beats. Mood. Uplifting. There you go. And or peaceful. Let's see what this sounds like. Okay. I can deal with that. All right. Let's see what's out here. Folding, cutout, plain paper book. Okay, green inventory book, sprite sheet. This is just the UIs. I think I can use this one right here. It looks like that's an animation. So let's do a few things here. We're going to build a UI here. Spellbook UI. Probably make a panel here, a few things. I'll create a scene. I'm going to say Spellbook UI. I don't know if I want to. It's too quiet. Can you not hear it? How about now? I mean, it's perfect in my ear, so I need to make sure it's just adjusted for you guys. Panel container. Let's see what the... I want to see if it should be panel or texture. Depends on what... I mean, it's most likely the right approach is texture, but because it's animated, I might have to do sprite animated, honestly. Let me see what it looks like, actually. Try to go get that. This is not it. Style 1 page flip. Tony says now it's too loud. Is it? Jeez. All right. I barely adjusted it. Wonderwave says, "Buh." Hey, Wonderwaves. Okay. Does that feel better, Tony? Okay. I think I'm gonna make put them in the separate sprite sheet. Honestly, I'm gonna try to extract them out. Okay. Wonderwave says, "What are you working on?" Oh, I'm working on my GMTK Game Jam submission. The theme is loop. The game idea, maybe I should pin this somewhere. Is spellbook that loops. It's coding spellbooks, and the way magic works is by executing the spell one line at a time. And the idea is there's a puzzle involved with it where you collect different components that fit differently with its like adjacent execution of spells. So you put them together to make certain effect to solve your puzzle, etc., etc. Hopefully that's the quickest way to explain that. Huh. I'm surprised at how much is lagging. Like I don't, oh my goodness. It's kind of annoying. I might just slice this for here. So I could just be like size 64 by 64. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is y is 8 of this. I guess I could divide this like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 13. So I can do 13 like this. And then I can offset this. Offset the y by 100. Or maybe 64 times 5. Or 64 times 4. 64 times 3. Okay. Cool. And then the separation... I can make this a little bit less. And then height plus 64. And then I can increase the separation. This looks good so far. I don't know what this is. And then do a separation here, which is same as the offset. So we'll say 128. It's getting shifted little by little. So we'll say 128 plus 32. That's more and more. So it's maybe a little less than that. 16. That looks about right. Right? That looks good. Equal spacing. Nice. All right, so we're gonna have a open the book, like so. That would be the open book, which I guess that, and it's not a loop, just simple opening. 10. It's like 9. Okay, that looks okay. Beepo says math. Yeah. Hard says, did you draw these assets or what? I drew most of it. This UI, I just downloaded it from SFPEC. I went to itch and then I found this paper UI and I thought it was perfect. Like this one is like way too complicated for me to draw and it's a lot of time to spend. So I figured I'll just download this. So I paid like $7 for it. I think permanently it's kind of worth it. So we'll see. Renegade says developer error. That's why you need to not skip updating today. Exactly. I mean, right there, like, see? I have it. It's just sometimes it's not thorough enough, I think. Beepo is asking, have you been working with Godot for a while? About 2 years now, I think. That's a while enough, right? I mean, at least 4.0 doesn't exist when I started, so I guess at this point, I'm a different type of expert. Not really an expert, but yeah, so we have this one versus this one. I don't know what I like better. This one looks better, I think. Actually, this looks better, doesn't it? Because this can slide in and open, or slide up and open. This one doesn't even look like a book in the beginning. That's fine. Instead, we need a page flip. Why is it all the way down there? It's back and forth, isn't it? This is this way, and this is the other way around. And why is it moving left? Why is it slowly moving to the left? Oh. Whoops. I guess that's the mistake here. I didn't set the this margin correctly, I think. Yeah, sliding slowly. That means this is a little too big. No. Right? No longer sliding. I suppose I could do -16 and then offset by 16. Or at the separation. Separation is 0. Offset is 16. If I want it to be centered, though, I could do 32 plus 16 here, like that. That's a little bit better, I think. Do this instead. Oops. Whatever. Just gonna redo it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? What? I mean, I guess that's okay. Though this part looks kind of weird. Let me take a look. Center, center, center to the edge. This one is still sliding out a little bit. Seems like it's not big enough. What does that mean? If the gap is increasing, center, 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 center. This one looks like the gap is equal, right? Okay. That might be correct. Here, delete this again. I wish I could just open it and measure it, but right now the file is too big. So, okay, that looks okay. What about this one? Does it slide? Okay, perfect. Yep, and then that will be 12, I think. Nice. It's going to be flip right. And then we're going to have flip left. So this one's going to be 12 as well. Wait, is... I guess it's not... Huh. It's just different style. It's where you pull it from. I guess it's just... Hold on. I'll just take this, honestly. I'll just choose one style. Call this flip. And I guess if I want to flip it the other way, I have to reverse it. Like, invert it. Like horizontally. Okay, it's a little bit off center, which means my offset is wrong. So I'm going to try to get this page to be centered a little bit. So that means the offset. So where is it off to? It's, let's see. Hold on. It's off by like... It's off by 8 pixels, about. So I think all I need to do is shift it left by like 8 pixels, I think. Yeah, that's correct, right? Why does it look a little bit off, though? Oh, 1 pixel difference. 1, 1, 1. That means there's odd number of pixel. I need to do separation of 1 pixel to get rid of that, I think. So I do this. What I'm doing is separation of 1 pixel. And wait, what is this? What's happening here? Okay, separation of 1 pixel. So we had a 40. We created a separation of 1 pixel, meaning everything got shifted over. So we gotta reduce the weight to an odd size. 6, or not these. Right? Am I correct? Delete these. It shouldn't be this hard to use this, but... Oh, it's still shifting little by little. Life Suskit says, it has places to be. Yeah, it's just floating away. Fern says, I'm back again. I hate when I have to nest my code more than 2 times. Unfortunately, game dev is one of those things where like some of those like pet peeves can't be really adjusted, so to speak. Yeah, why is this sliding away slowly? Ugh, so annoying. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like this. It's too much work. So we have 40. I mean, if we make it 41, that's odd size. Though I guess I don't know if the center is... The book itself needs to be odd size, I guess. Whatever. I'll do it. There you go. Why is it shifting like that? There you go. Beautiful. All right. And then Hart says, remove the separation and put the offset to 41. No. Okay. I was actually doing the wrong thing. Separation 1, size 5. Right? I mean, right now this is barely noticeable, but it is jiggling. What I was trying to do... Okay. 5, 1. So I want the size to be odd so that the center is a single pixel. So when you flip it, it's flipping based on the center. So this will, I think... Okay, it's going the wrong way, I think. Those are 2 pixels now. Offset is now 39. Is that correct? No. Hold on, what am I doing wrong here? So when I flip it, there's too many of right side. Or when I flip it, there's less right margin. Right margin is less. So we do need to increase the offset by 41. Size reduction is okay. right? Yeah, there you go. No change. Cool. So, yes, offset and the separation and the size have to be corrected. Cool. Now I gotta get this fixed. Oh, that's a very splinky music. Okay, and then go boom. Nice. And then we can flip it back and forth. Sick. I guess unfortunately we can only make it so that once the page flips, the things show up as opposed to things just already being there. That I'm not sure how I'm gonna, like, without baking it in, there's no other way to do that, right? It just has to like flip and appear. Unless I implemented it in 3D or have some sort of shader that kind of maps to the surface programmatically and warps it programmatically, which seems like a little bit of an overkill for a game jam. But okay, so we have a spell book. Can that book spin and look mystical opening it? I mean, I guess it could. I don't know how I would do it immediately. So I'm not enticed to do that immediately. Also, a little bit of issue here. We're definitely going to need to use double this size because spellbook itself is already bigger than this. What is this gonna look like? Yeah, right there. That's okay. Wait, I thought I changed the camera size. Weird. Oh, let me put a player in here just in case. I'll get rid of this. And then I'll put down a tutorial here. I guess I should shift the tutorial a little bit down. That's okay. I thought the screen was... Hold on. I guess I'll just turn on fractional so it actually zooms in. Because Moses says, can the book spin? Oh no, I already read that. Sorry. Also says, Godot seems cool. I'm watching more of it recently. I don't game dev, so it's cool stuff. Yeah, Godot is nice. It's pretty convenient. And it does everything I need it to do nicely. Stepping all over the spell sheet here. Something does feel a little raggedy though. And it's not the process. Am I crazy or does it look jittery to you guys? What if I don't make it snap? I wonder if it's just the processing power. My laptop is dying. Okay. So this whole like snap thing is making it so that it doesn't do that. What if I use this instead? The vertices. Pixel vertices. That might look a little better. Okay, still wiggly waggly. Huh. I wonder if that's just what I need to do. Just need to deal with it. being little jiggly. Okay. All right, obviously we want probably enable Y sort here, obviously. Visibility. Y sort enabled. Ooh, okay, that's not what I wanted. I mean, Y sort should be enabled within the same layer. Ah, that's gonna be an annoying thing to figure out. I'll have to figure it out. Don't worry. I got it. I know exactly what I need to do. It's just annoying. But it does feel a little jittery. I wonder if it has to do with the animation. I'm gonna turn off the animation for a little bit, see if it makes it so that it doesn't jitter like that. Like or get like stuck a little bit. Because it feels like it's getting stuck somewhere. No, it still does. Every certain frame I see a stuck frame. Like you see? Like a snapping. A little bit annoying. We'll figure it out. Maybe the camera smoothing would make it so that it's less noticeable. So if I did this, since it'll be coming slowly, that's a little bit better. But it still feels like sometimes I get a little snap. And I'm not sure. Oops. That's appropriate or not. Okay. We'll see. I don't know. That's just a distraction at this point. Hart says put a delay on camera. Delay? Smooth position smoothing. That's what you mean. And then getting jiggly with it, says Dr. Pepper. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes getting jiggly is good. Sometimes it's not. This is not a good time, I have to say. Okay. Either way, we got a little wizard guy. We got a little spell thing. We have a spellbook UI happening here. This is for your spellbook, though. I want a separate UI for opening a spell sheet. And that probably can be its own little thing. So, like a mini UI. This one is struggling, though. All these... My tile sets must be really broken. Tile map layer is definitely struggling here. Hart says delay with code, it'll fix it. Delay with code? I don't know what you mean actually. Can you describe it better for me? I guess not necessarily better, but in ways that I can understand. Maybe do the... Like move the camera by code instead of moving it by the ownership. What did I do? I wanted to make a... Oh yeah, I wanted to make a spell sheet UI. Spell sheet UI, I'm thinking will be just like a little strip of paper coming out to show what's on there. So like, oh gosh, so much delay. I'm thinking like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My computer's struggling. Like something like this pops up. Oh my goodness. I guess I could make a paneled version of this. You including the background. Probably not including the background. Just the foreground version of this, I think will be good. So let me just get a quick copy of this. Oh, why is it not lagging? Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. I was like, it's not lagging anymore, guys. It is. Get rid of these real quick. Trim this down. So, and then we'll say this is a page UI. Spell effect, spell component. I don't have a separate UI stuff, right? Spell sheet. We're going to say this one's going to be sheet UI. Panel, more specifically. Hart says, yeah, try this on the camera. Try this on the camera. I'm waiting for the code. I'm thinking for the spell page, we're going to do scene. And this one's going to be an interface. Technically not really, but spell sheet UI or peak UI. And this one's going to have a panel container. And this one's going to take the style box texture of the page I created, which I guess I didn't export. There you go. Put this in here. And what it's going to do is texture margin. I don't actually know how big it is. Let's see. 160 by 160. So would probably put 160 divided by 3 for now. 53. Like so. Expanded margin is fine. We're going to call this tiling. Instead of 53 though, I want to actually bring it down more. So it's going to be more like 16? No, more than that. 32. That seems about right. I could tighten it a little more. 20. 29. 20. 26. 26 is good. So I'll do 26 instead. Cool. So this way, I could just change its size like this and it'll be fine. And then this one's going to have spell component on it. And then you can scroll over to see what they do and what the sheet is about. Hart says extends camera 2D, export var target node, drag the player. Okay, for the target, float higher equals faster camera catch up. Follow speed. Oh. Wait, do you still need to do the process for the target, right? Where you do the target equals process. So you're saying put the camera separately and have a script for the camera, for example. And then do export var target, which is no 2D. In our case here, we want to drag this guy in here. And then for var follow speed 5.0, and then func process delta float. But follow speed is that part of the... But is position smoothing, right? Unless you mean like make its position be the target position. I'm guessing I still need to make it so that the follow speed gets assigned to the speed itself. I mean, it feels about the same. I mean, like my main thing is that this base, if you look at the base, you see like every now and then it clips, like it goes, like it stumbles. Or am I imagining that? I feel like it stumbles every now and then. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later. That's not the main issue out here. Let's see. Safety wizard. We got the safety wizard. I'm thinking I'm going to give safety wizard a little shadow. Hello? There you go. Then visibility, self-modulate is something like this. Maker says, you're so bright right now. Oh, that's right. I get, yeah, the sun is shining. I do need to take a break here in a bit, so I may get off here in a bit. Cool. Looks pretty cool. I mean, this setup looks pretty interesting to begin with. And then I think what I... Okay, so the explosion. Obviously, I need to make it so that I can't clip through. But there could be an interesting thing. Whereas you need to set it to auto exposure or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't like doing auto exposure sometimes because I have a very specific like exposure I want. But yeah, because I'm not paying attention to it. So Heart says it actually it is. Oh, it is? It is smoother? Okay. If you say so, I believe you. Yeah. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. Let's call it for now. I think we're in a good spot. We got some characters drawn. We got the game design working. We have some UI assets all taken care of. You know, obviously there's a lot more work I can do, but you know, we have some time. I'm going to think about this a little bit. Maybe I'll do some work offline so I don't have to be like starving the entire time. Maybe there's some time that I can come back. Probably not today though. Probably tomorrow. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for following along. And thanks for redeeming your little strawberry folk. Our game jam continues. A lot of people roaming about here. We're going to raid out. Let's raid out. Raid. Oh, wrong one. Wrong button. I just said clip. I just clipped instead of raiding. Let's see. Hypnotic is online, but let's see if anybody else is doing GMTK. Because we want to make sure we do a GMTK jam, right? Game raids, or I don't know what they're working on. Adam is working on their game. Oh, Big Boy is also working on GMTK. Cool. We should probably go to Big Boy then. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you around. We'll talk to you later. If you're not following already, do follow. Thanks for the follow. Strata Pub. Welcome. Tony says bye. Bye, everyone. Have a good one. Wow, look at this. That already looks nice. Definitely a great pixel artist. I do need to learn from that. All right, see you. Bye. And then I gotta say bye to the YouTube.